This conference will now be recorded.
Right. So there is no much complexity is there, right? So in the question, right? If you want to have a application, it should be always up and running. Means what you need to do? If I take a single server, right? Will it be possible? No, it is not going to possible because at any point of time the server is down, your application will be down. So then what I need to do here? If I want to maintain the application, it should be always up and running. Means I have to have minimum two servers, right? So the first thing will be I'm going to take two servers, correct? So then the load on the application, right? So how we are going to set up, right? So because people are trying to reach your application, right? So that can be 10 people, 100 people, 1,000, like the users. We don't know, right? So now which server we are going to pass the request, right? That is the reason we are going to place what? We are going to place a load balancer, correct? So now this is the guy who is going to play the role here, load balancer. From the load balancer, the request will go to the server, correct? So now you have the high availability, right? So if any server is down, the other server will be going to serve the request. So it is not going to go further down, right? So suppose if something is down here, right, immediately you have to bring up the new one so that if some point of time, by that time it is down, some point of time it may be crashed out. The scenarios which we are looking for. So for that, what we are going to do, you are going to set up a auto scaling group, right? So now in the auto scaling group, we are going to set up my desired state always to, right? Minimum to maximum. Suppose some 10 I will give based on the load. Right. So when I say desired state always to, or desired will be one or minimum two, so that at any point of time, if the server one of the servers goes down, immediately your auto scaling group will bring a new mission. Right. So that you will be having a high availability, right? So that if it is down, then the other one will survive or serve the request. Right. So this is the high availability. We have discussed about this thing. High availability, scalability, load balancing, and auto scaling. Now the question is, right. So here I have created a job, my Jenkins job, right? So both are running. Now here I have created a new job, some Kafka job. So now when I created a new job, so how this job will be shared to this guy, right? Because these are two new servers. So how you are going to maintain that?
Yeah, we'll capture both the nodes in load balance.
What is that? I did not get you.
We will add these two nodes in load balancer, right?
These load balancer, yes. Under the load balancer, these work. Yeah. So here my question is, I have created, right? This is Jenkins and this is also Jenkins. Two Jenkins servers are running. Right. So now suppose Teja connected to this Jenkins server, she created a job called Kafka. Right. So now Chris is trying to work with the Jenkins. So now he connected to this server. But whatever the Kafka job was created by Teja will not be appear here because this is separate server, this is separate server. So how the Chris will know there is a job called Kafka is there in the Jenkins, because Jenkins will be the same for everyone. It should not be separate for Teja and should not be separate for Chris. Right? We are maintaining the high availability. For the sake, we have taken two servers. It should not be like that. one server one you run with some other setup, and server two you run with some other setup, right? So how this server will come to know like there is a job called Kafka which I have to be taken care. Then for that what we are going to do, మనం ఏం చేస్తాం? Yes, so practice is required, guys. So for that reason, yesterday only we have discussed, right? EFS, correct? So now I am going to create a EFS file system. I am going to mount my servers to the EFS, right? So what you are going to mount here? Your Jenkins location, right? What is the Jenkins location? Usually, right? Where live Jenkins, my home directory of the Jenkins. I am going to mount it so that whatever the content, right? Everything of the Jenkins will be stored on the Jenkins home directory, right? So the home directory I am going to mount it to EFS. So automatically it's going to serve to this guy. Right? Yesterday only we have seen this example, the EFS setup, right? So this is a question actually yesterday asked me, the company called Uber. Simple, right? So just you need to tell, right? The point he wants to see here is this part actually. This one will tell everyone, like high available meals immediately we are going to say like load balancing and auto scaling. But this part he wants to understand actually how you are going to maintain the state on all the servers. I have given this example of EFS. That's it. Right. Right, yes. Yeah. Please practice and try to understand the services. Yeah, Chris.
So, okay, we're using one data store. Okay,
Mhm.
the data store is the EFS. So does
Mhm.
that mean both the servers are going to share the same home directory?
Correct.
Ah, okay.
Yesterday, if you remember, I have taken the deployment location of where www.html. Correct.
And
So
okay, that's going to be common for all the
Mm.
nodes or for all the servers that are running.
Yes, correct, right? So that's what, right? So the where www.html I have shared to both the servers. So whatever the content I am modifying here, it is appearing on the second server. So only that's thing, right? So only you have to mention which location you want to mount to the EFS of this particular server. Right. So you have to take care of whatever the location we are trying to mount to EFS, the same location should be there on the second server or the other servers, so that it will be common for everyone.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, got it.
Yes.
Because okay, so the servers will have their own resources, but not
Yeah.
the data store. But I mean, not the storage. The storage
Yeah.
will always be pointing to the same location.
Yes, exactly. So I am suppose where live. So here also because Jenkins will be running on the default location where live Jenkins. So that location on every server will be point to this
Yeah.
EFS.
So EFS/varlib
Mm, mm,
Jenkins will be the
mm,
common
mm,
point for all the nodes.
mm, That's it.
Okay. Yeah, because the way okay, yeah, it is yeah, I know I'm a bit confused. Sorry. Yeah, yeah. Okay, got it now. Because with the Windows, if you're using the same, but anyway, they are not the nodes; they are different servers anyway.
Mm, mm.
Okay, okay, yeah, because they allocate themselves the C drive and their own file system.
File system, correct.
Okay, okay then. Thank you, Shankar. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Yeah. So let's jump into our class. Okay, so uh, we are on the service called identity access management. Yesterday we have seen the user creation and access, right? Providing the access to the user. Then after creation of user, adding the permissions, nothing but the policies, adding the policies to the user, right? Nothing but the modification. So just we would like to see today the other thing called groups. That as usual, the groups are nothing but you can have a group. On the group we can set up the policies or the permission, then the people can be added to the group. So I will create a group name called DevOps. Then I am going to add the permissions. What kind of permissions you want to provide to the group? So I would like to add IAM access, IAM full access. Then we see to full access. Then S3 bucket full access. Then next step and create the group. Right, so now the group will be created with the name DevOps. So if I open the group, there you can see the permissions tab. In the permissions tab, you can observe here whatever the policies we applied here. So here you can see if you don't want, you can detach, or you can, if you want add extra permissions, then simply can attach here. Right. So this is like an advisor, nothing but is going to monitor our what is called policies. So access advisor shows the service permissions granted to group users the last access, like a monitoring kind of thing. Here you can set up the alerts so that you can notify it, something like that. That's advanced, you can say. So then here users, from the user section you can add the users to the group, right? So now if I go to the users, as of now only one user will be there called Shankar. So I'm going to add one more user, Chris. Then programmatical access, database management access, and password auto generated. Next step, so next permissions. So here now I'm going to go to the groups, the person, right? So here I'm going to select it. So this person belongs to DevOps, so I'm going to select the DevOps. That's it. So I don't require to go to the policies, allocate the policies to the person. Simply I can attach the person to the group, then finally tags and review and click. Like it's a regular user creation. No big deal here, simple, right? So here you can see the two users. If I go to the group, there I can see the DevOps group. If I go to the group, here I can see the list here. If you want to remove, you can remove it. If you want to add extra users, you can add it here, right? Or you can go to the users, again policies here group. Here also you can add, you can, from the user's point of view, you can add the user to the group from here also, from anywhere. Right, so these are the two things, nothing but user creation, group creation. So now we'll try to understand the roles part. So this is the one for us for the entry point of view. And the entry point of view, they will ask the difference between the roles and policies. What exactly these roles and policies are, apart from the user and group. Right? So what is the role here? So as we discussed yesterday, the role is nothing but providing the access. Providing the access on the service level, not on the user level. Suppose here he is a user, right? So Shankar is a user. So now he is working on his work station, like this is my workstation. Workstation. So now this person wants to connect with the AWS. Wants to connect with the AWS, then this is the server instance. And this is just the bucket, some other service. So now when he wants to connect to the EC2 service and the S3 service, so right, he required two access, this access and this access. So for that, now we know what to be done, right? So we know that you have to create a IAM user, then attach the policies, EC2 policy and S3 policy, so that this guy can utilize this IAM user, and with the help of the IAM user, he can connect to the missions. and he can connect to the machine. Right? So machines in the sense the EC2 service and the S3 service. Straight away the server user cannot access straight, right? So now when you want to work with the AWS services, you have to have a AWS account. Now I am going to use that AWS account to work with the services. That's what we are doing right now. But as the admin, we are doing. But in the real time, we are not going to give any kind of admin privileges to the users. There, all the people like who is working as part of the project, that those will be IAM users. Right. So now here they will be connected with the as a IAM user. Now the user will be having some privileges. Now the privileges are nothing but one is here. If in this example, one is the EC2 access and the second one is the access. Right. Now we know, right? So now here I can use the IAM user, then I can connect with the AWS by using console graphical user interface. Or if I want to use with the CLI, then what I can do here on my workstation, I am going to run AWS configure, correct? So that it is going to ask me access key and secret. Right? So when you run the AWS configure, you're going to ask the access key and secret key of the whom this particular user. Right? Then from my workstation, I can connect with the AWS services. Right? Now we know both the ways. Right? Both the ways are nothing but one is the graphical user interface, nothing but AWS management console. And the second one is programmatical way. Programmatical way is nothing but you can use the APIs, you can use the CLI, you can use the AWS software development kits. Either any way you can connect with the AWS services. So this is nothing but the CLI. Like the DevOps are going to use the CLI, the APIs and SDKs are going to use by the developers. Right? So now here we know the two ways to connect with the AWS services. Now the thing is, if I want to work with the SP service and EC2 service, I'm going to attach two policies here. One is the EC2 policy and SP policy. Right. So now here there is an alternate way. There is an alternate way there. So instead of giving two policies to the user, so you can give only one policy. Only the EC2 policy I'm going to give to the user. So now here I am going to provide the access from EC to S3. So now here this guy is not going to connect with the directly from the instance from his workstation. He will connect to the EC2 service. He will connect to EC2 service. Now the EC2 service will connect to the S3 service. Right? So now there was earlier two connections. One is to the EC2, one is to the S3. So now I have removed the connection from my workstation to the S3 service. I have the connection to the EC2 only. Now the EC2 will go and talk to the S3 service. And so now here we are going to provide the access to the EC2. Right? We'll provide the access to the EC2, nothing but he can go and connect with the S3 service. Right? Right, clearly. So this is what the roles are. Right. So now here the user, right, whatever the work he wants to do the user, the work can be done from the service called EC2. For that you don't require any extra access to work with the S3 service. Right. The services will go and connect with the other services on behalf of us. That's what the role. Right. So now here the difference between the users and the roles are nothing but, right. So you don't need to provide the extra level access to the other services. Instead of one service can go and talk with other services on behalf of us. That's what the roles. Very, very important on AWS because many services will go and try to connect with the other services. By that time, when the service wants to connect with other services, that will be blocked because of the permission, the access. So there, the roles are going to play a vital role here. So the role, when we create a role, then we are going to attach the role to the service so that it go and connect to the other services. Right. So AWS, CloudWatch, Alarm, we'll see. So there we are going to see the roles creation actually. So nothing but the service wants to connect to the service. By that time, the service requires the access. Otherwise, it cannot go and connect. Right. So this is what the example actually here. Okay. Clear guys? So what is the role here? So now let's go and see the example with the role. So in our yesterday class we have seen the user Shankar. Right, if I go to the user Shankar here, he is having two service access, EC2 and S3. Earlier I have given only EC2 access so that he connected to the EC2 but he cannot connect to the S3. But later on what I did, I have added one more policy S3, then he can work with the S3 service also. That's what we have seen. So now here we are not going to give two policies like this. Simply I'm going to give only the EC2 access. Now my EC2 service has to go and connect with the S3 service with the help of role. Right. So now first thing will be you have to create a role, then use the role. So I will go to the role section. If I scroll down here, these are the system like AWS created roles, default roles. These are the roles. So now here, if you want to create a role, simply click on create role. Now here the role can be created for the services, for the another AWS account, web identity. Like these are the what is called application level calculations. SAML authentication or web identity. If you want to go with another AWS account, you can use the another account also, so that this account can connect to the other account also. This role. Right. So now here my role wants to connect to other account, then you can set up here. Specify the account that you can use this role for other account details. So now here we are going to use this one AWS service first here. So now here you can see here common use cases EC2 Lambda or select a service to do its use case. So now here these are the other services which you can create a role. These are the other services. Lambda, S3, SMS, SW. Like these many rules are there. EC2, RDS, VPC. These are our services. EKS, that is great service. So now here I will take the common use case EC2. Click on the EC2. Okay. Select the EC2, then click on the permission. Click on the permission. Right. So now here, what kind of permissions you want to provide to the service called EC2? Let's I would like to give the access of S3. Imagine S3 full access. Select tags, review. Now the role name EC2 with S3. Some role name I have given, some random name EC2 with S3. So then here you can provide the, see here, allow EC2 instance to call AWS services on your behalf. That's what the role here actually. So now here permission boundary, here you can see the full access, then finally create a role. Right. So now here you can see our role got created. EC2 with S3. Perfect. So now here this role I want to use. Right. So let's go to our AWS services. Sorry. Then go to the IAM. I will go to the users. This is having only, okay, he's having all the access. So now what I'm going to do, users, now I'm going to delete. Okay, he is not belongs to any group. So I will go to the permissions. Then I'm going to delete the S3 access detach so that he cannot work with the S3. Right. So now here S3 access has been removed from the user called Shankar. Right. So now here what I will do, already we have the user details here. So I think yesterday we have downloaded the user details. Correct. So this is the one. This is the one. So just try to connect with the user and see whether he is able to access the S3 service or not. Copy just for confirmation. So I go here. I will log out. And sign into the console. Right. So as a user, I am user. So here, this is the account ID. Okay. Next. Let's see. 2 0 2 0. Okay. STP 2 0 2 0. So now here, if now I'm logging as a Shankar and this is the account ID of me, then I will go to the status straight away. Then I will try to see whether I'm able to access that service or not. Simple. Because I have removed the S3 access to the Shankar. The access is there. Perfect. So right. So now here I would like to access the S3 service. I would like to work with the S3 service. Right. So now here I'm not going to use the user level access. Instead of I'm going to use the roles. Right. So now here if you want to use the role, then what I need to do here. Right. So here what I'm going to do. Okay. Okay. I don't need here. Okay. So now here what I'm going to do here is, so let me go to the services. So then I will go to the EC2 because I have the EC2 full access. I can do whatever I want to work with the EC2. I can create the security group, volumes, snapshots, right? So EC2 instances, everything we can do for of the EC2 service. So now I'll go to the EC2 services. Then I will click on instances. So right now there are three missions are running in the background. So let me remove all the instances. Okay. So I'm going to launch a fresh mission here, launch instance. Then select and review and launch, create a mission. So I'm going to create instance here, launch. So this there I'm going to use my key, launch. Let's now go to the Win instances. This is the one just now I created. Try to connect the mission. Connect, copy, then go to the dash. Yes, right. We know how to connect from this mission to your AWS services, AWS configure. Now the access key, right? So this key has to provide access key, copy, and the secret key, copy, enter. Yes, reach two. Default I'm not going to touch. Right. So now here S3 LS access is denied. Correct. So because this person is not having any kind of S3 access. Only the EC2 we can work with the EC2. Correct. So that's what we have seen. Right. So he can create the missions. The person can launch a new mission. Mission got created, right? But he cannot work with the SD service. He can work with the EC2 service because he has full access of EC2. Right. So with the CLI, right? So one more mission is launching here. Right. One more mission is launched because I have run the AWS. I have used the AWS CLI to launch a new mission. This is the command, right? Yesterday we have seen this one, the CLI part, right? So now here, when I want to work with the S3 service, now the thing is there are two ways. One is go to the user, attach the permission, nothing but the policy of the S3 to the user so that he can work with the S3. Simple. That is one way. The second way is you don't need to attach any kind of policies on the user level. Simply give the access to the service, right? So now here I have connected to EC2 instance. So now from the EC2 instance, I want to work with the S3. Now provide the access to the EC2 instance further so that whenever you are going to launch a new mission or the server EC2 instance, now when you attach the policy nothing but the role to the instance, automatically the instance will go and connect with the S3. Right. So now here I have not attached the role to this instance. That observation here is I have created a role. The role is nothing but connect from the EC2 to S3. The role is ready, but when I am going to create a mission, right? When I'm going to launch the mission here, I am not attached that role. So that is the reason when I, right? So I have used the user, I have used this user, and with the help of the user, I am trying to work with the services with the user. So now here I am not going to use any user. I don't require it. Simply I'm going to attach the role and I'm going to work with that. Right? The observation, guys. So here the observation, right? One is when you are going to work with the user permission, then the user should have the access to the particular services. So then only you can work with the other services. So now here this user, this particular user, whatever the user I have configured here, whatever user I have configured here, the user is having only the EC2 access, not the SD access. That is the reason only you can launch a new missions or you can terminate the missions, you can stop the missions, you can work with the EC2, not with the S3 service. That is proved here. So now here I'm not going to use any user, simply I'm going to use the roles, right? So let's see the role part now. So now here I will go and I will create a new mission here. One more mission I'm going to launch, right? So launch instance, select, now configure. Go to the configure section. Here you are going to see IAM role, right? So the problem here is this person is not having the IAM access. Let me provide the IAM access to the person. That only EC2 access is having. So now as admin I logged in, then I will go to the IAM service and I will go to the user called Shankar. Then I am going to attach the IAM policy. Users Shankar. If only from the IAM side, he is having only user change password. Only password change access is having, not the other. So I'm going to add permission here. I'm going to go to the policies. Then from the policies, I'm going to choose the IAM policy. Review permissions. Done. So now he is having the IAM full access. So now let me go here and try to refresh. Select the mission, configure the instance details. Now see, it is not objecting me here. He is having the policy, right? He is having the access. So now here, this is the area, IAM role, right? So now in the configuration details, we are going to see IAM role here. So now here you can go to the IAM role and click on the drop down. Now here you are going to see the IAM roles list. What are the roles you have created so far? As of now, we have created only one role called EC2B tested. That is the one it is displayed here. So select the role. Now for this instance, what are the instance I am going to create? For that instance, I have attached the role. The role is nothing but go and connect with the S3 services. Right? So then review and launch my keep 15 launch. View instances. Right? This is the one right now is launching. Right? So I'm going to use for better understand. Right? Connect. Yes. So -I. So now here I want to work with the S3 service, right? So now here I'm not going to configure. I'm not going to run any kind of AWS configure, right? So AWS configure means we are trying to use the user level access, right? So now here I'm not going to connect any kind of users. Simply I'm going to work with the service. So already I've connected to the AWS instance. Now AWS S3 LS. See, no errors, right? So no errors in the sense it is having the access. Earlier when you are trying to connect with the AWS S3 LS, it is showing me access is denied because the person is not having the access of S3 service. Right here, this service is having the S3 access. There is a reason here it is not showing me. Means in the S3 we don't have any kind of content. That is the reason it is displaying as an empty. If you have the content, then it will show us. It will show the list also. Right, so let me go to. So as an example, I have created some content here. Sample bucket 2020. So now here I will go to S3LS. See here, you can see now sample bucket 2020. Sample bucket 2020. Right? Likewise. So likewise, right? So that is right. So here I have not configured the user. Simply my service called EC2 is accessing the other service called S3. That is the advantage with the roles actually. That you don't need to rely on the users level access. Simply you can provide the access to the services. They can talk one and each other. Right. So this is what the role. Yes. So any clarification, any doubts here on the role part is important for us. Many times the roles we are going to create actually.
Shankar, so like how many services that we can connect together? So now you are showing like 1-to-1, right?
Mhm. You can connect any number of any services, any number of services you can connect.
No limit, right?
Unlimited. You can just need to create the roles. That's it. So what you can do? Go to the role and create a role. Suppose I am. Now the same EC2 service wants to connect with the some other service. Suppose select EC2 permissions. Right here you can attach the policies. Whatever the services you want to connect, you can attach the policies. Let's say here, suppose administrator, suppose the other different services, Alexa, something like that. Likewise, whatever the access you want to provide, you can provide a number of unlimited types. You don't have any kind of constraints. 708 policies are there. You want to connect with RDS, Amazon, RDS. This was selected. Then later on, I want to connect with S3 also. S3. Later on, I want to connect with Lambda also. Let's see here under Lambda policies. So something like that. Let's see here, I have given multiple access here, multiple service access. Right? Likewise. Like you can connect unlimited. There is no restriction.
Okay,
Clear?
okay, Shankar.
Yeah. So now here the one which we have seen here is while creating the instance, I have attached the role. But it is not like always while creating the instance you need to attach the role. After the instance is launched, there also you can attach the role, right? While creation or after creation. So now let me go to the services and EC2. Right, so here go to the running instances. Right, so here these are the other instances which are running. So now here select the instance, go to the actions. Here you can see under the instance settings, you can see here attach or replace IAM role. So like that you can apply the roles after the instance is launched. Either way, right? One while creating or after the instance is created, you can attach the roles. Right, guys? So this is one thing from the IAM side, and let's go to the IAM part again. Policies. The policies are nothing but a set of rules. So, so on the service, what kind of access you want to provide to the particular service or the person. So service in the sense again the role here. Person means the users like you and me. So now here what kind of access you want to provide. Like so suppose if I like the example, right? So if you fresher is joined into DevOps, you should not give any kind of permissions to delete or to modify or to create. Just he has to have only permission to go and view the content and read the content. That's it. Right? So that it is not going to become a complication for us, right? By mistakenly, if we delete an instance, that's it. Right? You need to bring the data back. So much of things has to be done in the background, right? So there, what I can do. So if I give the EC2 full access, just you will get everything. So now here, I don't need to give the EC2 full access. Instead of in the EC2, I have to give only the read access, granular level of, right? So that's what the policy is here. So usually the policies which you are finding here is AWS provided policies, right? So whatever the policies we are seeing here, those are provided by AWS. Now here, if I go to the EC2 again, yeah. So here this is the EC2 full access. If I go to the EC2 full access, so there you can see on the EC2 what kind of access is having, like AWS IAM limited, right? So limited means the reset of the password. So here he provided ALB V2 version, ELB load balancer V2 version, auto scaling, EC2 full cloud watch, full access is having. So if I go to the EC2 more detail, right? So I will try to see what kind of access they have provided. So now here on the EC2 side, if you guys observe here, so much of this, right? Describe. See, many rules are there here. Right. So delete, security volume. So like that. So now here, let me go and see. One of the rule I want to see, which is okay. This is describe instances. Right. I want to see my instance details. So if I click on this one, so now here it should show us the code. Right. So in the policy summary, you can see the services, then the granular, like the detailed the rules you can see here. From that, if you want to see what kind of policy the rule has been described, so for that you can select any one of the one where it is describe images. That's the describe images. So select this one. So now here if you want to see the code, click on the JSON. So now here if you click on the JSON, there you can find what is the policy, how the policy was defined here. This is the policy, right? So now here, right, likewise you can see now number of rules were written for to do the full access on the particular service like this, right? So now each rule will be having their content call, something like that. So now here action, right? So in the policy you can see the action part, nothing but which service on the EC2 star, right? Full on the EC2 full effect. You can have the allow or you can have the deny, so that you can deny it. Right? Resources means all the resources. Likewise, EC2 then allow elastic load balancing, all. Likewise, allow CloudWatch, all. Likewise, allow auto scaling, all. Then IAM create service linked role. So in the IAM part, create service linked role for on the service on the rule. They have got the full access. Then these are the set of access: auto scaling, elastic, something like that. To describe the images, this is the action, this is the rule we need to write, we need to create. Let's come back and let's try to understand which is easy for us actually. So let's go to the describe instances. Okay, let's take this one. Describe instances, then JSON. Okay, the same for me. Full access. Right. So see here you can see if I say S3 full access, S3 star star, so that anything I can perform here on the S3 full access side. This is the full access. So this is the full access actually, I think. Yeah. So now from that if you want to see anything here, there something. Display instance health. There are no resources showing. The reason is saying it is showing only one part, the same comma. Right, right. So here it is not having any other content. So in the what I can say in the describe health, so it is default routing to the same. Configure health check. So here also we are not seeing anything, means it is default to the same. Okay, fine. Whatever it may be, right? So here you can observe here the thing is whatever the policies they have written, the policies will be having the piece of code. The piece of code is nothing but here like this, right? So when you want to have a custom policies, right? So now here you need to create a policy so that only the read access I need to provide to my freshers, the newcomers, or the junior level of engineers, right? So I cannot give the full access. I cannot give the full access. So then what we need to do? We need to write our own policies, our own custom policies we need to write so that they are going to have the certain level of access. So that's what the policies here. So let's go to the policies. So now these are the AWS provided policies. So if anything is applicable, then you can take it and use it. If nothing is applicable, then you need to create by your own. Right? So if you want to create our own policy, simple, right? So you need to go to the create policy here, click on the create policy. Then which service right? Right, for which service you want to create this policy. Right, so I'm going to choose the service. Suppose I want to choose EC2 service. EC2. Now, on the EC2 service, right, manual actions. What kind of actions you want to provide for the user? So if I unselect it, all the actions you can provide on the EC2 star. If you want to go with some certain level of access, then you can select this. Then here you can see list, read, tagging, write, permissions management. Like you can see 117 selected here. If I bring it down, you can see here all the actions. Describe accounts, describe subnets. Many on the EC2, whatever the actions you want to take, you can take it here. Right. So now here when say all the EC2 actions, all are selected as a default here. Right. I cannot modify anything here. All are selected. So it means you want to provide full access. Nothing but you want to provide full access. Likewise, if I go to the read, likewise. So if you want to go with some certain level of action, then unselect it. Right. When I select, I'm going to get all the EC2 access, nothing but these levels. When I'm going to unselect, then it's going to ask you what kind of access you want to provide. Now I'm going to expand list. Now in the list, what kind of access you want to provide. So here describe images. You can have the describe images, and you can have describe instances also. Somewhere we're going to see describe instances type, key paste, like that. Suppose. So these changes I want to provide. So 4 are selected here. Now on the read level, on the read, so if anything are there, describe tags, get launch template data, anything is useful, then you can select. Otherwise, you can ignore it. It's not like at least one to be selected, two to be selected. Right, so here I'm describe tags. Let me go with the describe tags here on the read part. So then tagging, you can, so that I'm not going to provide any kind of creation or deletion. So no. And the write, obviously I'm not going to provide the write text also. Right, so here you can see import volumes. That's because I don't want to take any chance here. Delete key paste, delete, authorize, cancel, copy image. I will provide the copy image, no problem. Copy snapshot, no problem. I will provide this too. Something like that. Right. Permission management. So obviously I'm not going to give any kind of permissions. So let's leave it. Right. So now here some set of rules or permissions are provided, are going to provide with the help of this policy. Right. So now here this one, once you selected, then review the policy. You are required to choose a resource here. Resource. So here where is the resource section? Yes, here. Resource. Right. You have any specific resource or all the resources. The best practice, define the permission on a specific resource. So if you have any specific resource, you can select it here. So now here is going to show us the resource information here. So it's a snapshot. Everything is providing a snapshot. So I am not sure here. So that is the reason. Let's go with the all resources. Okay, let's go with all resources. Then review policy. Right. So now there are like these are the access levels we are trying to provide. Then the name EC2 limited. Something, some information based on the policy volume. So then scroll down, create the policy. That's it. So now our custom policy is also added here. So now here EC2 limited. So this is our policy, customer management policy. Right? So here there are huge amount of policies you are going to see. Right? So if you want to see your own policies, right, only the policies which you have created, so that can be go with the filter policies. So select this one, then here you can select the customer management policy. You can get it. This is the easiest way. So select that one. Now see, this is the code actually. Right. So now here I want to provide hello what is to describe images, is to copy snapshot, describe instances, describe tags, right, copy images, resources, right? All the resources. No specific resource I am going to provide, all the resources. Right. So now here this is the policy actually we are going to create. This is the policy syntax. Right, we have a GUI mode. With the GUI, have created the policy by selecting the tags and other things. So, and the background, it created a policy for me. If you want to modify this policy, simply can click on the policy, then you can modify also. Click on the JSON. Now you can modify. It means if you want to add extra, you can add it. If you want to delete it, you can delete it. Right? Likewise, the policy can be updated once the policy is created. So cancel. So now here, I want to use this policy. Right. So if you want to use the policy, simple. Let's go to the users, then go to the center. Right. So here I will detach AC2. Then IAM. And all the permissions are deleted except the change password policy. Right. So now here I'm going to add permissions now. Attach the policy. So now here choose the customer mail policy. Select it. Review. Add permission. That's it. So now go to the user. Here this is the user, right? This is the user center right now. Connected. So now here click on the create row. Easy permissions. Right. So here you can see you need the permissions. I don't have any IAM policy access, right? So let's leave it. Go to the EC2. Launch instance. Select. Yes, so here I'm not able to continue with this. Select. That's it. I'm not able to proceed to first configure and see. Okay. Here failed to EPC. You are not authorized. I am role. You do not have permissions. Okay. So because I don't have this guy is not having the permissions network. So let's until unless I select the network, I cannot do that. I cannot go forward and storage. Right. So because the permissions, right? Lack of permissions. Because I have removed it all the permission. So what you can do? Services EC2. images, select, action, copy MI. You are not able to perform this operation. Disturb regions, right? Regions access is not having. Even though if I do the copy, it is not having the sufficient access to copy that one also. You cannot do. Just you can describe it. That's it. You can select. You can see the details. Describe. Right. So likewise, you can restrict the permissions on the user level, right, or the group level by creating our own policies. That's what the custom policies. Right. If the AWS provided policies are sufficient, then you can go and utilize it. Otherwise, you have to create our own policies, something like this. Create the policy. Right, guys. So this is what the policy is here. Right. So this is about our IAM. Then if I go to the dashboard, so there you can see activate MFA account. Right. So this is something like that, multi-factor authentication. Right. So when you are trying to log into the AWS, right. So by that time, we are giving username and password, right? So you, apart from the username and password, if you want to provide, right, if you want to have a one more layer, one more access layer, multi-factor authentication. So that can be possible here. Select the manage MFA, multi-factor authentication. Go to this multi-factor, the password is already done. Multi-factor authentication, then click on activate MFA. Right, so now click on the virtual MFA device. This is the one. Continue. Right, so here show QR code, right? Here you need to scan the QR code. This scan, right? So to scan the QR code, you have to have a app on your mobile. So the app you can get it from here. List of compatible applications. So we have to install the app, the compatible app. Then with the help of the app, we can scan it and we can set up it. That's it, right? So here you can see here multi-factor authentication devices. Device. These are the ones. So Android and iPhone. Right, so see here, these are the last pass authenticator, Microsoft authenticator, Google authenticator, Authy, anything you can like out of all the apps, anything you can install on your mobile. That's also if I go to the Authy, right, this is it is going to be available on Play Store or our iOS store actually. Right, this is the one actually. If I take the Authy, so from the Google Play, can install it. Then once you install it, then open the that particular app. Then go to your MFA device area, multiple, then scan it. Then one QR code is going to generate. Then it's going to integrate with your AWS. So now going forward, when you are trying to use, right, when you are trying to connect with your AWS services, I mean to say account, after the password you have entered, then it's going to ask you the code. Now you have to go to the particular app. From the app, you have to pick the code and you have to, what I can say, like our VPNs actually. You have to enter it. So if I go to my account, my current project, so as I said, on the project, everyone is a user. Yeah, I am user only. I am user. Select next. Here the username is again the password. Then sign in. So this is the regular sign. Now here you can see multi-factor authentication code, MFA code. So now this code will be from your app. So what are the app you have installed? From the app, you are going to get the code. Just you can enter the code. Take one more layer of authentication. MFA. Right here. So this is about IAM. So now we will discuss about S3 buckets. Simple storage solution. Right. So let's go to the S3 here. Click on the S3. Our services. Yes, Ram.
So policies will be created by architect or like a DevOps engineer, because
DevOps
the
engineer.
policies can be created at root level, right?
So it's not at
Not at
root level.
user level.
No, it's not like that. So, like whatever the user or whoever the service, right? Whoever wants to work with the service, either it can be user or a service. But then you have to suppose as an example, developers wants to have the access on the S3 bucket. So now you should not give the S3 bucket creation or deletion. Just you have to give the S3 bucket access. You can upload the images, you can download the images, but not the S3 bucket creations or deletions. So those will not be created by architect. You are going to create the policy like that. Right?
Okay.
So
So
policies
then
are
IAM would be having an access, right, to create these policies, not in
correct.
root level.
I am with the service. The service is going to provide the facilities, nothing but you can have a permissions which are provided by AWS. You can utilize it, or you can create your own policies. So who
Okay.
is going
I
to
thought
provide?
only root level person is able to create this kind of tools.
No,
Okay.
no, okay, okay. You mean say root means admin. No, no, no. Right, that's what right. So here, that's what guys. So here the root is means admin. He is having all the AWS services access. So now in the organization, everyone is a user. I am user, not the admin. So even though DevOps, right? So that's what I'm trying to show you my account actually. So even the DevOps person, right? Shankar is a DevOps person in my current organization. So even though I am a DevOps person, I am an admin, but still I am trying to log into the AWS with the I am user only, not as a root. So one will be there like the architect or someone will be there. He will be having the that root level access. He will provide the access to all of our DevOps folks by creating a user. I am user. Now on that user, he is going to provide the full access. Right. So here, okay, I log in there. So here, what he will do? Go to the services. IAM policies. You can see administrator access. This is a policy. So now here we'll create a users like the DevOps persons is going to create a users. First thing will be he will create a group, DevOps group. So now the Shankar, suppose the Shankar, Ram, Chris, these three are belongs to the senior folks, right? Then the other person like Teja or Madhu or Radha, whoever they are the next level, mid level. Then followed by the other four Vishnus or some those are the freshers. So now here what he will do first a DevOps group will be created. Now those are nothing but administrators. Now here the DevOps group will be attached to this admin policy. Now that group for that group these three folks, the Shankar, Ram, Chris are going to attach. Now this will be having the full access, but still they are users. They are not the root. They are the users only. Then they will create one more group for the mid level so that he's not going to provide all the access on the all the services, whatever the services like ACT service, S3 service, or CloudWatch, like whatever the regular services we are going to work, those services actually we're going to provide, not all the levels. So then the freshers they will create a custom policies, right? Or they will ask us, right? So who is they are going to ask us means the senior folks like DevOps group. The DevOps group will be asked us by like to create this policies for the so and so thing. Like that's what there we are going to create the custom policies. Now you are going to log in as a IAM user, right? But still you are an admin here because of this policy, right? But you are you are going to log in as a IAM user, but you are an admin. like that. So no root login will be there. Everything is a IAM user login. Okay.
Okay, first this administrator access will be given by root level thing, right?
Yeah, the admin, right? So it's simple, right? So here take a server, right? So now this is the server. Now on the server, if you want to perform the operations, right? First someone has to give the access to you so that you can connect to the server. You can perform. Who is the someone? The root, the admin. Likewise. So now if you want to work with the AWS, someone has to provide the access to you. Who is going to provide the access? The root, like that, the administrator.
Okay, oh, I got it.
Okay, right. So now here, now going forward, you are going to manage. So that guy's job is to provide the access to the senior folks, and he will leave us. So now we are going to take care of the junior levels or intermediate levels. We are going to join the organization. You are going to take care of the other folks, like that.
Okay.
Right, guys? Yeah. Okay. Right. So now let's go to the S3 service. Right. S3 service, the main purpose of the service is storing the static content. Right. So when you have a static data like images, like right, so files, like those are not going to change. So that data can be stored on a S3 bucket. Right. Why to go means the only thing is scalability and the price. Right. So these are the two factors. Right. So you don't want to spend a huge amount of money to store the data. That is one thing. Budget. And the second one is the scalability and high availability. Right. At any point of time, you should not lose your data. And also at any point of time, if data is beyond our space, right? So now here my laptop is running with the 500 GB hard disk. So now here when the moment the data is almost reached to 500 GB, then what I need to do? I need to take care of taking the backup of the 500 GB, then remove the content from my laptop so that I can have a more space. Right? Backup purpose has to be taken. Process has to be taken care here. Who is going to take care here? You are the person who has to take care because you are the guy using the laptop. That is our job. Right, we are going to attach the external hard disk or some other thing, then we are going to dump the data into the external hard disk. That's for the backup. Right. So now here, high availability. Always your laptop has to be up and running. Otherwise, if the hard disk is gone, then you are going to lose the data. Right. So availability should be there. Scalability means when the data is almost reached your space, like the hard disk, whatever you are using, then you have to take care of the process of backup and cleanup. Right. So these two factors, and finally the budget. Right. So now here, if I want to store the data of 1 TB, but still your hard disk space is 500 GB, then what I need to do? I need to purchase extra 500 GB so that I can maintain the 1 TB of data. Otherwise, I have to lose the old data and I can manage the new data, something like that. Right. So now here the budget thing. So budget, availability, scalability. Right. So these three are considered into the picture. Then they came up with a solution called S3 buckets, simple storage solution. Right. So now here when you are compare with your hard disk, right? In our AWS hard disks are nothing but EBS volumes. Those are the hard disks you can compare with that. So now when you compare with the EBS volumes, these are the cheaper S3 buckets are. So the only thing is your requirement. What exactly your requirement? Do you have the like transactional data, some other data which you want to store? Then the S3 buckets are not the suitable one. If you have a flat files or the images, there the S3 buckets are very suitable. Right. So now based on the requirement, you are going to choose whether you want to go with the EBS volumes or the S3 buckets. Right. So now S3 buckets are going to provide 99.99% reliability. You are not going to lose the data. 99.99. Right. And the scalability. Right. So there is no limit on the S3 bucket. You can dump whatever, how much data you want to place, like 1 TB, 5 TB, 100 TB, whatever the dump data you want to place, you can dump into the S3 bucket. No limitation. Automatically, it's going to scale up. Automatically, it is going to scale when you delete the data from your buckets. Right. So now here the data will be stored in the form of buckets. We're going to call it a bucket here. Right. So now this is a bucket. So in the bucket you are going to place. So now for the bucket you don't have any kind of limitation. Right. In the bucket you can dump what amount of the data, like 100 files, 1000 files, lakh of files you can place it. But for the file you have a limitation. Right. So now the bucket is not having any limitation, but for the content it is having a limitation. That's right. So now means the file size should not be greater than 5 TB. That can you imagine there is a file with the 5 TB? No, right? So almost it's not possible. Right? 5 TB is very huge. The file size. So that is the kind of limitation there, right? That is the kind of size they have provided. Means you can place any kind of files, any size of file. Right? So for the content for the file there is a limitation called 5 TB of size, but for the bucket you don't have any kind of limitation. You can put how much data you want to place in the bucket. Right. So as we discussed, all the resources are all the resource, whatever the services you are going to launch or you are going to work on the AWS, those are belongs to the region level. Which region you are working, right? For that region, those services will be worked. If I move to some other region, you cannot see the resource on the other region, right? Because those are the belongs to the region level. Right. So now we have seen one of the service called global service. That is what IAM. IAM is a global service now. It is not specific to any region. Likewise, S3 buckets. S3 buckets also global. Those are not specific to any region. So you can connect this S3 bucket from any region. Like that. This is one of the entry point for us. So S3 buckets are the global. Right. So now here this S3 bucket not only storing the data, right? This is going to provide many facilities, many features to us. So it's simply not only showing the data, it is going to maintain your budget also, right? So it is going to maintain your budget in a sense, right? So I want to store, suppose 10 years of data. 10 years of data I want to store. If I store 10 years of data, now the 10 years of data is taking suppose 10 TB of size, 10 TB. Now what is the usage of the data? Right? So now here I'm going to utilize the latest 5 years of data, not the other 5 years of data. Suppose 2010 to 2020, if I take 2010 to 2020, 2010 to 15 is the data I'm not going to use regularly. Very, very, very rare the data I'm going to use. But 2015 to 20, yes, there is a request are coming so that I'm going to work with the data of 2015 to 20 years, like the latest 5 years, not the older 5 years. But this 10 years that is required, right? So some point of time people will ask me, I need the so and so data means that is belongs to 2011 or 12. So by that time I need to provide the information to them. Not like I cannot provide the information to you. Right. So now here, what is the usage here? The scenario is what is the usage of data? That how frequently you are going to use the data. Right. So now this is the scenario. So now 15 to 21 I'm going to use regularly, but 10 to 15 is very, 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 very rare. Suppose in a month, hardly I will get the request of 3 to 4 in a month to get the data between 2010 to 15. Right. So now in that time, if I place 10 TB of data in the same hard disk, now they are going to charge suppose $1 for 1 TB, $10 I need to pay on a monthly basis. $10 as an example. So now $10 I need to pay on the rental for the 10 TB of size. But here the problem is 5 years of data unnecessary 5 TB. I am paying $5 for the 2010 to 15, but I am not going to use that much. That is the problem, right? Unnecessarily I am paying a 5 TB of $5 to the 5 TB of data. Right? So there is a problem. I cannot delete the data because requests are coming. I cannot deny it. But this is something like that. Like I'm not satisfied with the budget here. Right? So there they are providing some other feature solutions to us. You don't require to store the data in a same level. So now in the S3 buckets, so here if I take the S3 bucket something like that, right? So now here if I put everything in the S3 bucket, so they are going to charge suppose for 1 TB $1. So now 10 TB of data $10, right? So like as an like in our use case, the 5 TB of data means $5 are waste for me actually because I am not using much. In a month, hardly 3 to 4 times I'm going to trying to access the data. So there they are providing some levels. So here you are going to see one more level. Infrequent access. glacier, like that. Like that, there are different levels are there. These guys' purpose is archiving the data. These guys' purpose is archiving. Right? So now here, this is the data which you are going to place in the S3 bucket. So now we are going to place some rules. The rule is nothing but if the data is beyond 90 days, right? So then place into, right? So the data is beyond 90 days, then place into infrequent access. Right? If the data is beyond 180 days, right? Then place into glacier. So now here they are going to charge for 1 TB of data $0.5. Then for this 1 TB of data, they are going to charge 0. Some $2 as an example. Right, like that. So now see here, still you are not going to lose the data. You are having the data handy. Right?
Okay.
That is more. Yes, Chris.
Can we actually, so is that a user defined archiving policy, like the 90 days and 180 days? Is that,
Yes,
can we define
correct.
it? Okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
We are going to I will show you. We are going to define it. Yeah. So right. So now here, this archiving you are going to set up actually. Like if you want to move after 90 days or 60 days or 30 days, that is in our hand actually. That's what the business requirement. Right? How frequently you are going to use the data. Right? So they based on that we are going to set up these rules. So now here I am going to, as an example here, I will set up after 90 days, after 3 months, move it to infrequent access. So now my charge become off. $5 will be become as a $2.5. Then after 180 days, after 6 months, I'm going to move some more deeper level, glacier. My charge 0.2 means hardly I'm not going to pay $1 also, as an example. Maybe $1. Right. So now here likewise you can maintain your budget. Now I'm very much happy. But earlier I used to pay $5, now it became $1. I am very much because the requirement is something like that. I am not using the data that much. Hardly 1 month I am going to receive 2 to 3 requests. Right. So now the thing is here. So then why should I place S3? I can place into Glacier. Like if I place my 10 TB of data into Glacier, then hardly I am going to pay $2. Why should I pay $10? Just that is what the conditions apply. The condition is nothing but the latency, the response time, right? So when the people, right, so when the request is coming, right, so now the response we are going to send, right? So now here the response you are going to send, suppose in 0.01 seconds faster. When I go here, you are going to see the response time of 10 seconds, very slow. You are going to see the response 0.5 seconds, like that. Right. So this is some somewhat example I'm trying to give you guys. Right. So right when the data is having an S3 bucket, you are going to see the faster response. When the data is in the glacier, you are going to see the slow response. Right. My buffer, right, is going to show the buffer, the circle. It will be rotating like that. Right. So means it will go to the glacier and it will try to fetch the data from the glacier, then it will bring it to our what's called our console. So there the latency you are going to see, because that is the glacier means something like that. So you cannot expect the faster response. If you want to have the faster response, then go with the S3 buckets. Don't go with the glacier. Right. So now here, hardly I'm going to get the 3 to 4
Based on the
requests
cost, it will react.
based on that.
Based on the cost, it will react fast.
Correct. Yeah, that's it. Based on the cost, is going to react. Right. That's all. Right. So here, he is not good. Right. The thing is like the business. The AWS doing the business. Right. So now here, right, I cannot say like I'm not going to provide you this kind of facility to you. With the customer, right? Now the customer like Shankar, he don't want to maintain the 10 TB of data because $10 I need to pay. Now, right? So I need a some kind of solution. Yes, they are going to provide a solution to me. They are not saying like I don't have such kind of facility to you. I am going to provide this solution to you. Let's go and use it. Right? Now in my hand, whether I need to go with that or not, right? Because your customers, yeah, I'm going to think about my customers, right? 3 to 4 requests, it is not a big deal. They will wait for 1 or 2 minutes. That is not a big deal. But every request is taking 1 or 2 minutes means yes, my customer will move out from this application. They are not going to go. Right? They are not going to access my application. Right? So likewise, you can set up this one. Like this is one kind of feature S3 is providing to us actually. Very one of the very useful feature for actually. Ours means for the business side. Right. So now, right. So in our right.
And
So if I
Shankar,
take the
how deeper we can go? Here you are showing only a two, right? Like, so how
yeah,
deeper we can go?
there are 5 to 6 levels are there. Like I will show you the list, then you can explore it more actually. Right. So here, if you see in our hospitals, right, they are going to make huge amount of history, the inpatient data, outpatient data, right? So now here, whoever is recently joined, right, this data has to be respond fast, right? You have to serve that very quickly. But that patient, like 2019, he joined into the hospital. Now he came for the reports. Now we'll ask them to wait for 10 minutes or 15 minutes. He will wait for sure, right? Right, you will wait for the 10 minutes or 15 minutes for sure. Then by the time we'll get the data, right? So there's the three buckets and the glaciers, like that, as an example. So now here, let's go to the S3 now the other features, right? So this is one thing actually S3 is providing. Then the other feature S3 is providing is versioning also. Right? It is going to track your changes. Whatever the files you are uploading into the S3 bucket, right? If the files are modified, then the data you can get like your Git, right? The versioning also it can support. S3 buckets also is going to support the versioning also. And the other feature is S3 bucket itself you can utilize as a utilize for to launch your applications, right? Like a Tomcat, Apache, right? We are using the Tomcat and Apache to deploy your application to launch your application. S3 bucket itself you can use as a application launcher like the web servers. But the only thing is it is going to support only static data. It's not going to support any kind of other data, unsupported, right? Unformatted data, dynamic data, whatever. It's not going to support. So there you have to go to the web server. But here, if the all the files are the static, then you can use this S3 bucket as a web server. Like it's going to support the web hosting also. S3 bucket can be used as a web hosting. S3 bucket is used for the versioning to maintain the S3. S3 bucket is used for this article process, and S3 bucket are used for to store the data. Like many features are there in the S3 bucket. Many. It's a very huge concept actually S3 in our database. Right. So now here the only one point is
Shankar,
the
you were
buckets are
mentioning about high availability, right? So
high
like how
availability.
it will happen? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
let's suppose
the right. So now here, suppose I have a file here in the Linux folder. I have a file here. Now I'm trying to access this file. Okay, right. So if the folder is not available, can you able to access it? No. If the laptop is
no.
down, can you able to access it? No. That's what the high availability. Right. So now here the file, whatever the file you are looking for, there is a chance of if the folder is gone, you cannot access it. If the laptop is gone, you cannot access it. If the C drive is gone, D drive is gone, you cannot access. That there is a chance. Many scenarios there you are not able to access the file. That's what the high availability. But in the S3 bucket, if you place any content, always you can access it. There is no chance of the file is gone. The file is not traceable like that. Okay.
Okay.
Right. So if you want to make this file a high availability means what you need to do, always you have to take the backup of this file in a separate location because I'm not rely on the laptop. There is a chance of at some point of time I may lose my laptop means the configuration or the processor or the RAM or there is chance, right? So now if something is happened, then immediately you're going to bring it, you are going to pick from the backup area. That's what the high availability in our real time actually. Right. So now you don't need to do such kind of activities, backup or alternate servers or something like that. Simply S3, the service itself is going to maintain. You don't bother. That's what the services, right? When they are providing the services means you don't require to do anything. Just go and use it. Right? Otherwise, you have to do everything from you. Like suppose if I take the laptop as example, then I need to take this file backup. I have to copy this file backup and I need to place it somewhere so that if something will happen with the laptop, then I can take the file from the backup. This maintenance is also our duty. When it comes to AWS or Google or Azure, they are going to take care of everything, maintenance and everything. Just your job is to go and utilize. Right. So when they say high availability means 99.99% high availability, therefore means you are not going to lose your data. That is my assurance they are providing. If something is not fixed up or messy, If you are not getting the file, then you can go and you can claim it. Right? Because you have in the SLAs or in the agreement you have provided like 99.9, and I am not seeing this 99.9. That was for the service. Right? Okay, so now
Okay.
here, yeah. Now go to the S3 service. So here, let me remove this one. As I said, S3 are the global. So you don't means the buckets are not belongs to any specific region, but you can create, right? So now you can tell that I want to have this bucket in the specific region, but by default it's global, but you can mention it which region you want to launch the bucket. Now here, when you want to create a bucket, right? So go to the Amazon S3, then bucket, then click on the create bucket. Right. So now this bucket names are unique. You cannot create a duplicate buckets globally. Suppose today Shankar created a sample bucket 2020. Tomorrow Ram wants to create the same. Is not going to allow you because this bucket is already exists. Because it's a global, not to the user level and not to the what is called region level. So now here I am going to create a bucket sample 2020. Now here you can mention the region on which region you want to deploy this bucket. Suppose the default region, like by default I connect to the Ohio, my account is in Ohio, so it is choose the Ohio region. So then here copy settings, right? That's the same IAM policy, right? I can take the X user permission to the Y user. I can take the X user permission and I can attach the same permission to the Y user, copy permission. In the same way, whatever the configurations you have set up on the existing bucket, the same settings, the same configuration. If you want to apply into some other bucket, then you can use the copy. The same concept. So now here S3 bucket can be done in like there are n number of steps are there while creating the S3 bucket. So you can go to the process, the step-by-step process, or straight away you can create the bucket. Then later on you can modify it based on the requirement, right? So likewise, our instances, there are 7 steps process there to create an instance. Now what we are doing here, straight away we are launching the instance. Then later on I'm going to modify whatever I want, like that. Same here also. If you want to create the bucket on fly, simply give the bucket name, click on create bucket straight away. If you want to go step-by-step process, then give the bucket, then click on next. This is the step-by-step process. See here, bucket name is already exists. Someone has created this bucket. So now here, September 2020. Yes, that bucket is available. So now in the next section, the versioning. As I said, the bucket, the S3 will support the versioning also. Right. So now here, if you want to maintain the versioning or not, keep all the versioning. Like access, right? So now here, if you want to track the bucket, okay, but sometimes people are getting a problem that they are not able to access images, right? I want to see what's happening to the bucket. So that simply can enable the logs. Tags you can mention. Right, so here you can mention these things. Later on also you can set up. So right now I'm not selecting here. We'll see the other way. So then click on next. So now here you can see block all public access. So no access is going to provide on the bucket level. Block public access to the buckets and objects. Objects nothing but the files by using the access control list. Granted, right? So here the objects grantation, here what the difference between this one? Block public access, public to buckets and objects granted to the new access here. Or here any access. Right. So now here on the public, whoever is trying to access the bucket, so on for the public, what kind of access you want to provide? Those can be defined here. Right. So by default, it's going to block all the public access. So I'm not going to provide any kind of access to my bucket. This is the default. Later on can change it. Right. So I'm going to click on next. Then create. Right. So September 2020 bucket got created. So now here I want to see the properties again. Simple. Select the bucket. So now here you can see edit public access settings. Click on the edit public access setting. Then here you can modify the public access. Right. If you want to see other properties, now select the bucket. Select the bucket, then you can see other properties. Versioning. Right. So while creating, it asking for the versioning and logging. Right. As I said, you can use the bucket for the web hosting, like a web server. Right. Those you can find it here. So object level, that is a S3 bucket level logging. This is the object level logging. Default encryption. So the objects, the data, whatever the data you're pumping into the bucket, those will be encrypted so that it will be safe. So these are the advanced settings, transfer tags, like events. You can set up the events, create the rules on the bucket. So those you can find on the property section. Then the permissions, if right, what kind of permissions you want to provide. Right? So default is the blocking of public access. So then you can have the access control list. So the access control list is nothing but on the user level access or the account level access. Right? So those access you can provide on the ACL, public access, or if this is not the delivery group, you can include this one. Like users or the you can add the accounts, the account for the account you can provide the access. That's what the access control list here. So this is the default one. Now the policies. If you want to add the policy, right? Now we know what is the policy. Granular level of access. That policy can be defined here. The policy can be. Right. Cross origin region. This is nothing but when you are trying to access the application, by the time the one domain is going to call the other domain, by the time the access has to be allowed. That's what the cost. Right now, you can means you don't focus on this. You can ignore it. So now here, so these are the permission. Then management. So on the management side, you are going to have some kind of life cycle replication, types, metrics, inventory. That S3 is a big topic on our AWS. Many things you can do here. So the management life cycle, right? As I said, this is the diagram. Archive. So that can be followed with the life cycle. Replication, we'll see. I will show you the difference. So then access points are nothing but again your what kind of objects you want to provide the access. Those can be defined here like APS. You can say APS, test APS or something. So this is from the developer side actually. So we don't bother about it. So now here these are the right. So once the bucket is created, if you want to modify, you can update the permissions by clicking the bucket. Okay. So now let's see the things which are important for us. So now here, first thing will be I want to upload my content. Let's click on the bucket. Then here you can see create a folder or upload. Right now in the folder I can create the subfolders. That's for the folder or upload the content straight away. So click on the upload. Then you can drag and drop. You can drag and drop here or choose upload, add files. So click add files. So now here I would like to add the images or something, like suppose 365 hook.txt, something is there. Let me go and see what is the file. Okay, I have used AWS user.txt. Okay, let me take this one, AWS user.txt. Yes. So now here this file I want to upload into my S3 bucket. So I'll go to the S3 bucket, click on add files. So then I am going to choose the location. So AWS users. Okay. Right now click on upload. Right. So here you can see the file got uploaded. If I go to my dashboard again, S3. So now here, if this is the bucket. Now if I go to the bucket again, then I can see the content. Click on the file. Now you can see the properties of the file. Last modified, the size, encryption, file name, right? Now this is the URL. Copy the URL and go to the browser. Right? Hit it. Right, you can see here access is denied. Right. So now here I have created a bucket and I have uploaded some content in the bucket. Then I'm trying to access the page, the image of the file. It is denying, forbidden. I don't have that, so but because block all public access. Right? While creating the bucket, by default, public access will be blocked. Right? So now here you need to unblock it. You need to change the permissions. So now here what I will do, go to the S3, click on permissions. So now here you can say block public access. This is on, right? So click on edit, then I am going to unblock it. Now save this one. Okay, so type the confirm, then confirm it. Right, so now here I am providing the public access. Public access setting update successfully. So now go to the browser and try to access it. Right, so now here still it is blocking. Right, still it is blocking means I have given the public access on the bucket. If I go to my bucket, objects can be public. Right, in the access, now objects can be public. I have given the bucket level access. But the thing is, the objects are not the public. Right. So bucket, right? So in the bucket, objects are public, but the objects are not the public. Items are not the public. So now we need to provide the access on the item level now. Given the bucket level, now I'm going to given the item level. So now if you want to provide the item level access, select it, click on actions and scroll down. Somewhere you can see make public or open the file. Now you can see make public. Anything is fine. So now success. Now try to exit. Right. So now here you can see I can able to exit. Right. So likewise the thing will be by default. Yes.
Shankar. So if you actually make a bucket, make a bucket public, so the objects inside the bucket are not going to inherit that public access, or is that it? So you had to actually assign public access for all the objects as well inside.
Correct. This. Yeah. So right.
So the objects are not
will-
inherit from the bucket.
bucket. Correct. They are not going to inherit. Yes. Correct. So that bucket will be public, but not the objects. We need to provide the object level also.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Yeah, I will show you one scenario also here. Right. So now here, yes, you need to understand two things. One is providing the access on the bucket level and providing the access to the on the object level also. Right. So by default, your bucket is not going to provide any kind of public access. So now here, I am going to modify the file. So here I am adding one more line. US East. something. Save it. Okay. So now here the content got updated on the file AWS users. Now the content has to be updated here. Right. So now here what we need to do again, we'll go to the bucket and we'll upload the content. Correct. Add files. Upload. And so now you can see the file AWS.txt. Let me try to refresh it. It's again right. When I upload again, it is forgotten. Go to the bucket, make public here, refresh. So now you can see yes, right. So now the thing is right. So when you are trying to upload any content by default, it is hidden. Sorry, not the hidden. It is denied by default. Public, right? Public access denied. So now here then okay, we'll discuss about the access part later. Now here the thing is right. So I want to get my previous data, not the oldest. Right. So here if I go to my item, this is the item I have right now. So by default, the item is not having any kind of versioning. That as a specialty, we have the versioning concept on S3, but we can maintain the history also after objects. Right. So now if you enable the versioning, so you don't worry about the previous history. Right. When you want to get the data fast, then simply can choose the version, you can take it. Same or git only, like same thing, no difference here. So for that, what I need to do here is simply go to the what is called properties. So here we are going to see version. Let me go to the bucket side. S3. Select the bucket, and here you can see the properties. So in the properties, you are going to see the versioning, and by default it is disabled. Just click on the versioning, then you can enable. Right. So now click on save. Now the versioning is enabled. So now go to the bucket and click on object. That's the bucket and click on select this one. So you can see here a new option with the name called versions appear here with hide and show. Yeah. So when I enable the versions, so it will be appear here. Then hide. So as of now it's not showing any versions here. So when I click on the show, now it will show that particular object versions here. So now as of now no version is there. Right. So now here when I open this file, right, so it is having the content of this one. So now here I will go and modify it. Save it, then load it again. Go to the bucket, upload, add files, upload. So now here, since I enable the version, so now it's going to store as a separate copy. It is not going to overwrite. Right. So now here I am going to click on the show now. Now we are going to see two versions here, latest and the previous. Right. If I go to the previous, if I click on open, it is having with the US history. Right, so now I can take this one if I want it, my previous. Right, if I go to the latest version, this is the latest, and if I click on the open, right, East is gone. I have the wire region. Right. So likewise, this is going to maintain the versioning of each and every object when you enable the version. Right. Simple. You can check the versions here, or you can go to the object and you can click on the show. You can see. So this is one facility which the S3 bucket is providing to us. Right. So now here, if I go to the properties again, so here this website hosting you will see later. Server access logging simple. It's just you need to enable the logging so that you need to tell your target bucket so that on the bucket a file will be stored. So a log file will be stored in the bucket. So after then you can take the log file when you want it. So simple is it. You don't need to do anything here. Simply need to tell the location where you want to store your logging. Then the log file will be stored here on the bucket. This one we'll see later. So then permissions. So let's go to the permission here. So now here the concept here is right. So if my bucket is by default private, right? So now here the problem what we are facing is when you want to access the images or the data, whatever is there in the bucket from the outside, nothing but through the application. Through the application, I want to access it. Or right, some point of time I'm going to upload the content through the code to the application. So now once the images or the files are deployed in the S3 bucket through the code, not with the manual. So now again the same code I'm going to use like an example your blogs that we are going to upload the images. Then we are going to access the particular images right in the blogs. So here by default if they are private, now you cannot go click on manually then provide the access, right? But there are hundreds of images or tens of images that we're going to upload and download. So every time you cannot go and click on make public, make public, make public. Otherwise, it will be like the image will not be uploaded or displayed on the application. Right. So now here you have to give the access. That should be automatically, not like go every time go do and manual, right? Because you don't know at what time the images are uploading and what time the images are downloading. Right. That is not in our hand. Right. So here 1 second. Just I would like to show you some example. Here you can see. So this is right member registration logo here. The logo has to be displayed something like that, but here it is disabled. It is not uploading because maybe the access. Right. So here is working on the local, but when I come to the development environment, there it is not working. This image, this logo has to be up displayed here actually. Right. Likewise, because there is a chance of your S3 bucket is not having the proper access while the upload images are uploaded. Because suppose when you store your images of application into the bucket, then we need to make sure the images are public. Otherwise, we are going to face this kind of issues when they are not accessible from the public. Right. So here by default, your bucket is not allowing any kind of access. Right. So there you are going to write the bucket policies. Right. Your IAM section policies. So now we are going to write our own policy is nothing but we are going to provide the access by default. We are not going to go with the manual. Right. So now here you can see here the JSON format, the policy you have to write. Now we are not sure what kind of policy and how to the what is the syntax. Right. There the policy has a GUI mode, right? When I'm going to create the policy, there the GUI is there. So simply I have selected it, whatever I want and whatever I don't want. Simply then automatically the code is generated from me. That but on the S3 bucket, how can I generate this policy? How can I create the custom policies? Right. So the way the default way for the IT people is Google. That is the default way for us. Right. We'll go to Google, then we'll find out the code and we'll paste. That is the default way. Or from the services, if you want to go with the manual, means the documentation, then you want to do it. That is one way. Go with the documentation and create the policy. And the third way is they are going to provide some kind of options so that you can create the policies on fly. Nothing but the generators. If you remember our Jenkins files, right? Snippet generator is there, where you don't require to write any code. Simply provide the options. It is going to create a code for us. Likewise, here also there is a policy generator. Here you have the documentation. Here are the generator. So with the documentation, you can go through the documentation with the help of the documentation, create it. It will time taken process, but it is an accurate, right? They will provide each and every option. They will give the complete details, but it will time taken because you have to understand each and every section there. So now here the policy is generated, the easiest way. So now here I am going to click on the generator, then it will show me some methods. I can say the way to create the custom policy for the bucket. So now here allow and deny. Now here select type of policy. Here it should be displayed the services actually. The page is not properly uploaded. Still it is uploading here. Yeah. So now here you can see select the type of policy. Click on here. You can see the policy generator. You can use for the service SPS, S3 bucket, VPC, IEM, SNS, multiple services. So now here my target is S3 bucket policy. So now here the effect you want to allow or deny, right? So right principle means like to whom you want to apply. Star, suppose I want to apply for all. Then here the services on the Amazon. So yes, select all. Okay, right, because I have taken the S3 bucket policy. That is the reason by default it has taken the Amazon S3 service based on my type of policy here. Right, so here it is also by default not allowing me. Let's take this one. Then here you can see the actions. The S3 all, right, whatever the facilities are there, I can work on the S3 star. Take it. Then you can choose the actions. I can create a bucket. I can delete a bucket. As an example, I can delete a bucket. I can delete the object also. Or I cannot delete the bucket. I can delete the object. So many are there. List bucket. I can view the buckets list. Okay, fine. That's it. delete it. So three actions. So here Amazon resource name, the bucket, right? On which bucket you want to apply this policy, right? The bucket ARN, Amazon resource name is required. So how we are going to get this ARN? Simply go to the bucket S3, then here go to Amazon S3, then here this is the bucket, right? So select this one. So here you can see copy bucket ARN. So select the copy bucket ARN, then come here, paste it. So this is the bucket ARN. Add statement. So this is got added. Generate policy. That's it. Right? Take the policy. Go to the S3 management. And here go to this is our bucket, right? So select the bucket and go to the properties. Sorry, permissions. Then go to the bucket policy. So then here add your policy. That's it. Simple, right? So here now you can create the bucket, you can delete the bucket, you can list the bucket, right? So on the bucket, these are the access levels you are providing. Then click on the save, right? So now here, so now the use case is like the example I have shown you, right? So now here the problem, right? So when the developers are uploading the images, by default it is denying public access. We are receiving the request, like the developers raising the concern that we are not able to access the upload. We are means the application not able to access the images. But still the images are available on the bucket. I can see the bucket on the bucket the images are available, but my application not able to access because the problem with the access by default your public access will be disabled, right? So now here I have written a policy so that we don't need to go and click on make public of each and every item. So automatically when the items are uploaded, those will be the default public, right? So now let me show you that case for you guys. So this is a one real time scenario for us actually. So I'm going to log out. Okay. Okay. And so even though I'm an admin, but still I need to log in as a IAM user. Code has to be entered here 275447. Okay. So now here I connected to my account. Let me go to the S3 bucket. So maybe network is somewhat wrong. Okay. So now go to the S3 bucket and these are the buckets which you have created. So here logo. Okay. These are the public. So go to the bucket and go to the permissions. And here bucket policy, right? So see here, public read object, effect allow, principal star everyone. S3 bucket get object, then this is the my resource name. So on the resource, I want to provide the Kona logo is the bucket name because there are many buckets are there. Out of this bucket, I want to give. So inside the Kona logo, whatever the objects are there, star, every object should be a public read object. That's it. So that all the objects will become as a public now. So you don't need to go click on manually make public, make public. Well, this is our duties actually. So these roles we are going to play. So like it's not like by leads or someone is going to play. Even though you are a mid-level, yes, you have to do that actually. Right. So you are not for this. You should not be like a senior. Any dogs can handle this kind of situations. Right. So this is one thing. Yeah. So that the content, whatever the content will be there, because this content is going to handle through the code, through the application, not by manual way. So if I go to the program logo here, so these images are nothing but our application images. So I have shown you, right? So my application is going to consume these images. So these images are going to handle through the code, not through the manual process. So let me show you that one also. Yeah. See, these are the images actually. These are all the images which are going to consume to the code. Something is there. These are all public right now. It's kind of simple. Like what are the images are there? Okay. So then here, yeah. yeah. So here, okay. So now here develop, then this is one of the service called loyalty configuration, our microservice. So this is one of the service of our application. Then here startup policies file. Yeah, okay. See here, they are trying to right. So multiple ways, right? So one is program in the programmatical way access. One is through the APIs, and the second one is the CLA through the software development kits. So this is one of the things through the APIs, to the code. Right. So now my developers of this particular service, they are trying to connect to the AWS service. So this is the right, this is the logo. Just now I have shown, right, mono logo. Now these are the right. This is the thing that I have masked up. So because you should not expose the access key and secret key. So this is the bucket. So now here whatever these are the supported images, and this is the region. So when they are trying to connect the services, means this application will try to upload or download the images of the Kona logo program logo right into this bucket. Right. So when they are trying to upload the download images, they should have the public access. Otherwise, by default, it will be private. Then we are going to see such kind of issues, right? The person, right? pinged me. So there I am not able to upload the images. I am not able to see the images. So now how we are going to handle the situation? Simple, right? That's where we are going to write the policies. The custom policy I have written so that it should not be blocked at any case. Right, guys? So why I'm trying to show you, right? You can correlate with now where we are going to use, right? How we are going to use the policies, the real-time scenarios these are. So just try to understand so that you can give a better explanation when the people are asking such kind of questions. Right? So this is the link, right? So now here, this is not our duty. This is not our duty to write the code. This is the duty of the developers, the particular developer who is working on the service. Their duty. Our duty is to provide the bucket and give the public access or what kind of access they are looking for. Create a bucket and attach the policies, nothing but the provide the access and leave it so that they will work on the bucket. That is our duty. Then uploading and downloading images, their duty. Right. So likewise, we need to work with the developers and the DevOps will be right. That's where the communication, collaboration, the definitions will be fulfill something like this. You need to work with the team so that you can understand it. Right. So here app setting.json file. Even though this is not my duty to develop the code, but when I try to understand, then I can link up each and every part so that I can understand very easily. Suppose something is not working, then I can go and I can troubleshoot it. So if I don't know this file, if I don't try to understand this file as a DevOps engineer, why should I take care of the app setting.json file or some other file? Then you will be blocked at that point. So then what will happen? Again, you will be go with our traditional process, our old approach. Right? What the DevOps is, you have to go with the speak, you have to speak with the teams, you have to provide the solution as early as possible, as fast as you can. So how you are going to promise? You have to that when you are trying to understand the development area also, that where they are trying to configure, right? What kind of configure they are doing from the application side. Then you try to see that area also. Then yes, you can do the troubleshooting actually. That's where always better to work with the teams. So simply instead of providing a service to them means right. So now here my job is purely my job is create a bucket, attach the policies, the required policies, and leave it. That's what my job is. So don't leave like that. That's what our traditional process. Try to understand what they are doing from their end. Then we'll get a clear picture on this. So that's what I'm trying to do. So that's where we are going to get the packages. At the interview, they will ask something like this only, right? So here, okay, there I'm not working with, then you can give that, right? So then go to that area, means they will, oh, this guy is working in multiple areas. That's like he is fit for us actually. Yeah, so that's what the DevOps is, guys. So it's not like I'm not I'm not asking you to go to the development area, but just some extent you need to see that area also. Then it will be more easy, more helpful for us actually. So that will benefit for us actually. So to resolve the issues, right, guys? So this is the example, right? So on the S3 bucket level, the permissions are right where exactly we are going to provide and what is the use case here. So let's take a small break here for 15 minutes, guys. So then we'll see uh, the rest of the concepts of S3 bucket, like web hosting, and what else is there? Yeah, archiving. Yeah, right, guys. Understand that? అర్థమైంది కదా ఇది?
Yes, Shankar.
Yeah, cool.
Yes,
Yeah,
Shankar.
thank you. Yeah. So yeah. Then take a break. Yeah, we'll meet after 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Right. So the next one is archiving the data. That whatever the data we are placing into our S3 bucket. So after some point of time, so the history or the old data you want to archive into some other location called our archival process. So there are different levels are there in the S3 bucket. So let's see. Click on the bucket.
Shankar, you started the recording, right?
Yeah, I think I have started. Yeah, recording in progress.
Okay.
Let me stop and start again. Otherwise,
This conference will now be recorded.
yeah.
Thanks,
So
Shankar.
now here, yeah, okay now. So now here you can see, so when you guys click on the S3 bucket, so click on the S3 bucket, there we have an option called management. Click on the management, then here you can see life cycle is the option. Right. So click on the life cycle, then you can create a policy, a life cycle here. So like if you guys remember, when creating an instance, you have a policy, right? So you can create the templates. So launch templates like that. You can create a life cycle here. So click on the life cycle, then add life cycle, then the rule. So now here I'm going to write a rule of S3 archive, something simple archive. So now here you can see apply all the object, or do you have any specific object, right? So in my bucket, suppose there are files which are started with Kona is my application name, Kona hyphen, then followed by my image name will be there. So there are some images will be there without Kona image, those are not part of the application. So then if you want to archive only the one which are belongs to the application, like Kona hyphen star, like that if you have any kind of prefixes are there, then you can choose the prefix like Kona hyphen star, so that only the Kona images will be the files, Kona files will be archived. Right, so otherwise you can go with the apply all the objects. So then click on next. Now here you can see transition, like in here you can see current version, previous one means right. So in your S3 bucket, right, if the version is enabled, right, so then which version, right? So if you want to take the latest only, or you want to take the previous also, the entire history also you want to uh, take for the backup, right? So yes, obviously we require all the history, so that if I want to go with the specific version, I can go with that. Otherwise I will be having only latest. That is again based on the business requirement, right? They are going to give you an option, give us an options, like if you want to take only the latest version, latest, or you want to go with the previous also. So now here if I going to choose the current version, right? So now here you can see here add transition. So if I click on the previous version, you can see here for the previous, for the current and for the previous, for the both here you see separate sections here. So now click on the add transition. So now here the object creation. So these are the different types from. So these are the levels. Standard, infrequent access, intelligent tiering, one zone, glacier, deep glacier. This is the deep glacier you can see here. Transaction glacier to deep archival, right? So sorry, different level of transitions you can see here. So now here if I go to uh, infrequent access, like you can go through the documentation like what exactly these difference are like. So only specific to zone level. Intelligent S3 bucket will go to the intelligent mechanism, so that is going to archive your objects, like your what I can say application load balancer kind of stuff here. So this is the like
And
based on
based
that.
on the aging period, we'll be selecting, right?
So based on the
Aging period, I mean to say, like based on the time or like days.
no, here they are saying like minimum 30 days is required if you want to go for the standard infrequent access. But from the intelligent tiering access, you can take it from 1 day also. If I take the one zone, this is again minimum is required 30 days. So it means it's not like
Okay.
a glacier, right? So this is going to take into the deeper level. See here, 0.00 means they are not going to even charge it also. When you go for the deep archive, means if it will take minimum 1 minute of time, maybe like that. So there you are not going to charge it. Absolutely, it is very good, fine for me, right? So because hardly I am going to send issue the request of one or two, right? So like that you can see here. So now here I will go to the glacier. So now I am going to acknowledge it. So when you want to write after 30 days, right? So after 30 days, my latest version should be archived to the glacier. So likewise, previous versions. So this is also I am going to choose glacier after 30 days. I acknowledge. then click on it. So now here we are going to what I can say, we are going to set up the archival. So there are different levels, right, as we discussed. So there are different levels. So when you want to archive, so right from here to directly I want to archive to the glacier after 30 days. Right? Archiving part is done. So now this is the expiration. And how long you want to maintain the data? Right. Suppose 2010 to 2020. I want to maintain latest 10 years. So 2010 to 2020. Right. So now when the year 2025, so then which data I want to maintain here? 2015 to 25. Latest 10 years, 10 years only needed. I don't read more than 10 years. So now here, what about the 2010 to 2015 data? Right, this can be deleted. I don't need it because I need only 2010 is data. Likewise. So likewise, so how long the data you want to maintain? Right. So that can be mentioned here in the expiration. Right. So now here current version. That after 395 days, then suppose 30 days I want to maintain, after 60 days I don't want it. Right. So now here after 30 days, what will happen? It will move to the glacier. Here after 30 days. After 60 days, it is going to maintain 30 more days at the glacier. So first 30 days will be in the S3 bucket. Next 30 days will be in the glacier. Next, it is going to expire. It is going to remove like that. So here I am going to mention max I need 60 days. That's it. After 30 days, it will move to the glacier. On the glacier, 30 more days is going to maintain, then it is going to delete it. So likewise, we can mention for the previous also after 60 days. Right. So now here you can see there is a sometimes what will happen due to the network problem or some other problem, objects will be uploaded partially. So those kind of objects are not required for us, right? So like half of the objects are not required. So those can be deleted. Clean up incomplete or multi-part uploads. Right? After how many days? Suppose 7 days is fine for me. This is nothing but the incomplete or multi-part uploads, and this is about our expiry of original data. Then next, this rule apply to all objects in the bucket. Yes, perfect. I need that one. Yes, save. See, you can see expire after 60 days, permanently delete after 60 days, then clean up after incomplete ones after 7 days, save it. That's it. So now on the bucket, September 2020, I have created a life cycle rule. So now where is it going to archive into the glacier, then after that permanently delete. First 30 days, then next 30 days. First 30 days in the S3 bucket, then next 30 days in the glacier, then after that it's going to delete. Right. So likewise, we can archive the data. Simple. Just set up the rule and leave it. Automatically, the S3 bucket will be taken care. Moving the data. Right. So this is one thing. So then here, one more concept, one more feature. Concept in the sense, one more feature I can say from the S3 bucket is making the automated backups. Right. So automated backups are nothing but, so when we say high availability, the backup purpose is high availability. So now the AWS service, S3 service itself providing high availability nothing but 99.99%. But still you have some doubt. Right. So now here you want to maintain your own backup. Right. So if you want to maintain your own backup, or there is something like this. Right. Multiple reasons. Here one thing is maintaining our own backup, or sometimes what I need here is
Shankar, I can't hear you. Can anyone hear Shankar?
He's on mute, Krish. He's on mute, Krish.
Thanks, Ram.
Yeah. Right, guys. So here, this is the scenario. Right, one is taking the automated backups. So anyway, the S3 buckets are the high available one. So 99.9% is high available. So for that, I don't have to take the backup. So this is one more scenario. So in my scenario, my application is running on the Ohio region and my application is running on the Mumbai region. Right. So when the application is running in the sense, right, it's going to consume the images, right? It's going to consume the database. Many packages or dependencies or the features is going to utilize. The application is going to utilize from the various tools or from the various services. So then the images, what are the application is going to launch with the images? Those images are going to consume from the S3 service of AWS. Right. So now here we have deployed the servers into Ohio region and Mumbai region, and these servers are going to consume the images from the S3 bucket. So now where the S3 bucket is launched, this is also launched in the Ohio region, same Ohio region. Right. So now here when the people who are trying to connect from the Ohio region, right, the application they are trying to reach the from the Ohio region. So right, so now the image upload time will be 0.01 second, very near, right? So the S3 bucket is also launched in the same region. Our server is also running in the same region. So obviously you are going to see the faster response. Now when the people are trying to access the application on the Mumbai region, now the images time is taken 0.05 seconds, right? So now it is something like a kind of not acceptable thing for us, right? So because right, so your application with application. Right. When I say application means every feature, everything has to be responded how the Ohio people are receiving, the same way the Mumbai people has to be responded, has to be received. Right. So there should not see any delay because these guys are also using the same amount of money to work with the application. These guys are also using the same amount of. Now when they are going to pay the same amount of money, so why should I get the delay? Right. Why should these Mumbai people will get the delay from your application? That should not be right. There we have to provide the solution to them. Right. So now what kind of solution are going to provide? So here to provide, I'm going to create one more S3 bucket. Then now the people are not going to the Mumbai people are not going to access from here. Instead of they are going to access from the Mumbai region S3 bucket. So now obviously that time will become 0.05 to 0.01. Yeah, like Ohio. Perfect. Now I got the solution that launch a S3 bucket in the Mumbai region so that the images can be uploaded to the server from this region bucket, not from the Ohio. Now what is the problem here? Right, the problem is synchronization. Right. So because your image will be the same, right? So because say application is the same means the images are going to use the same images. So now here whatever the images are there in the S3 bucket of the Ohio, the same image has to be there in the Mumbai also. Otherwise, what will happen? So the Mumbai, when the people are trying to access the application, they are going to see some other thing, and they're trying to access Ohio people will see the some other. Right? The latest feature is launched. As per the future, we have uploaded some new images, some new visualization. So now this is uploaded in the S3 bucket of Ohio. Now Ohio people will receive the latest feature, latest visualization, but the not Mumbai because that is not uploaded to Mumbai. So now what should be there here? There should be an auto synchronization so that so if any content uploaded here, automatically go to the Mumbai region also. Not go and do manual process. Automatically, it has to. You should not be done. Right. So for that, replication. So go to the management, and here you can see there is one more option called replication. Right. So with the help of the replication feature, we can make the bucket synchronize automatically, no manual. Got it? So now here, let's see the use case. So now here I'm going to create one bucket here. Right. September 2020. Now I'm going to create a new bucket. So then this bucket name I'm going to call it Mumbai suppose 2020. So now I don't want to launch into the same region or region. I want to launch into Mumbai, this bucket. And as part of the scenario. Instead of in the Mumbai, I want to launch a separate bucket. So now here, simple. Mumbai. Okay. So now here you can see there are two buckets, September 2020 and Mumbai 2020. September is launched in Ohio region and Mumbai was launched in Mumbai region. Okay, two different regions, two buckets are launched. So now I'll go to the September 2020. Right now we have AWS yoga.txt file. I'm going to upload few on the September bucket. Nothing but the Ohio one. So add files. So it is uploading. Like one more file I have uploaded. 429 KB is the size. Upload, add files. Some PN tested PNG file, some images. Upload. Right. So now here starting uploading is going to start. Usually it won't take this much of time to upload right? Due to the internet. That's it. So if our internet is faster, then hardly it will take seconds. So you can 100% successful. And let me refresh it. Yes, let me go to September and see whether okay, maybe it is not upload. And PNG upload. File also uploaded. So now here what I'm going to do here is, so the scenario is, if I go to my bucket S3, there are two buckets are there. So Waha is the main bucket. So this is the main bucket here. So now here to handle the latency, I'm going to create one more bucket for the replica of, so the bucket is nothing but replica of my Waha region bucket in the Mumbai region. What I did, so I created one more bucket for the Mumbai. Now I'm going to create a replica. So now the replica number September will be replicated to the Mumbai. So that should be an automated fashion. So for that, what I'm going to do, I will select the source. What is the main bucket here? My Mumbai bucket, sorry, Ohio bucket, September. So I will go to the source bucket, then I will click on the management, then I will click on the replication.
Shankar, videos
So now
first.
here in the replication part, create a rule here. So click on the add rule.
Shankar,
Faster. Same for everyone.
Yes, Shankar.
Yes, Ram, I'm able to hear you. Guys, able to hear me?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Same for everyone.
Yes, Shankar.
Yes,
Yes,
yes, yeah.
Shankar.
1 second,
Right.
I will stop sharing it. Yeah, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Okay. So you're able to see my screen or still the same?
Still the same. It's not. No, it's not
so
moving.
you're on management screen, right, Shankar?
Still the same. Let me change that. Yeah. I am on the replication. Management, yes. Management, on the other management, you can see the replication.
Yes, I'm able to see the screen.
So yeah, I think now you guys can see it. I am clicking on the permissions. I am moving to management. Able to see?
Yeah, Shankar can say.
Yeah, thank you.
Fine, Shankar.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah. So right. So here the thing, right? Let me rewind it. So here what I have done so far is I have my original bucket called September 2020. So on this bucket, I have uploaded some content, two files, one image. So then what I did, I have created a replication bucket for the original called September 2020. So now this is the replication bucket I have created with the name called Mumbai 2020. So now my intention is whatever the content we are uploading into the September 2020, so that should be automatically replicated into Mumbai. So now this is my use case. So for that, what I am trying to do here is I am going to select the source, my original bucket called September 2020. I have selected it. Then click on the management tab. So click on the management tab. Then there you can see option called replication. Okay? So click on the replication. So now here, scroll down here, you can see get started or add rule. So click on the add rule. So now here entire bucket you want to, right? So the replication, right? What kind of replication you want to do? Complete entire content you want to replicate to the other bucket or only the specific one. If you have any specific one, prefix or tags. Right? So usually I want to go with the complete bucket. So click on the next. So then here, what is your destination bucket? Your replication, right? Which bucket you want to have a replicate. So now select it. There you can see Mumbai 2020. Select it. Right. So now here the condition is both the source and target, both the source and target buckets should be enabled with versioning. This is one condition here. So already we have enabled the versioning on the source bucket called September 2020. Right, the new bucket which we have created with the name Mumbai 2020, which is a default one, means it is not enabled with the versioning. So now here you can enable the versioning from here, or you can go to the bucket and go to the properties. From that you can enable it, both the ways. So I'm going to click on the enable versioning. So now here is going to enable the version for me, Mumbai 2020. So now here you can see here storage class. If you want to change the storage class of the bucket, you can select the storage class here. Right. So now means what, right? So as I said, the backup purpose. If you are trying to use the replication as a backup purpose, then you don't require to use the S3 bucket. You can use the some Glacier or OneJohn so that you can minimize your budget, right? So when you go with the backup purpose. So when you go with this kind of use case, then you should not go with the levels, otherwise it will be delayed. So now I'm not going to choose it. Right. So now if you want to give option the bucket permissions to someone, you can change the bucket permission, right? So you can provide the account ID, right? So you know what is an account ID here, right? So for every user will be having their own account ID. This is the one, right? So likewise, if you want to give any permission to the what is called other persons, other account, right? So now here see S3 replicant time control 99.99, right? So now here is going to provide you the replication time. 99.9% objects are going to take it within 15 minutes. Right. So there they are going to provide if you enabled it. So it means they are going to charge it. So it means within 15 minutes it is going to replicate. That's what they guarantee. Right. So now here I don't need that kind of facilities. We will take 30 minutes, fine for me. Suppose as an example, then you can go with the next. Right. So this is the one. So right here it is going to ask you a role. Right. So here the role is nothing but when you want to work with the S3 bucket, it has to connect with the what is called the other levels. It has to be connected actually. So here IAM role, we don't have the IAM role here. So for that, we need to create an IAM role. So let me open the documentation. I will show you. Usually, it should not ask the IAM role. Let me see in some other way. Previous. Okay, so now here, this is the destination bucket I have selected. Next. Yeah. Yes. So yeah, the thing is here you can see because the visualization got changed. There is a reason some confusion here, guys. So now here, create a new role. So now here, the thing is your bucket has to be connected with the Glacier or the infrequent access or some other one, the levels, right? So when it is going to connect, it requires the access. The S3 bucket requires that particular service access. So now here, the one is first create a role, like how we have created the role, then attach the role, if you know the role. Otherwise, you can create a new role. Right. So now you don't know what kind of access I need to provide, like in the role, what kind of access I need to provide so that my S3 bucket can go and talk with the other levels or other services. So then what you can do, you can simply ask your S3 bucket, the service, create a role on behalf of me so that whatever the access you want, take it. So now here, so S3 replica, some name. So now I'm going to ask my S3 service to create a new role so that in the role, whatever the access you want, take it from your end. So I don't know, I'm not sure what kind of access I need to provide. So I ask you to create a new role with the name called S3 replica. Right. So then click on next. Then you can see here, these are the properties, right? The review part, and click on save. So entire bucket of the September 2020 will be replicated to Mumbai 2020. So I don't need any specific time, the 15 minutes or something. That is the reason you can see disabled. Right, so now replication configuration updated successfully. Now go to the replication, then see here you can see the rule. Yeah, this is the rule. Yesterday replica. Right. So this is the rule. Just now I have created status is enabled, and now the thing is just try to upload the content. Right. So now go to the S3. So now here open the Mumbai 2020 bucket. As of any content is there? No. Now here I will go to the my S3 bucket and I will go to the September 2020. I will open the 2020 bucket. This is the original bucket, right? So now here in the bucket already there were 3 files, 2 files and 1 image, right? But these files are not appeared on the destination. We'll discuss this thing in a moment. So now I'm trying to upload a new content here. So click on add files where on the source on the original bucket I'm trying to upload. So some image or something will try to upload here. Suppose coverage.html. Image.png something, right? So the png file image. Open, upload. Right. So now you can see image.png just now uploaded. So now what I'm going to do here is I will go to my S3, then I will open the Mumbai. Right. So refresh it. So it's not uploaded. Something is not working here. So it should be automatically upload here. So whatever the content we have uploaded on the wire. So let me go. Yes. See, right. So that is latency. Right. The upload time somewhat delayed actually. Right. So here you can see the image.png automatically uploaded or deployed into this Mumbai bucket, Mumbai 2020. Right. So now the thing is, right, so when the moment we are trying to upload any content into the bucket of the original September 2020, so that content will be automatically deployed or copied into the destination bucket like this. Right. So now here the concept here is, okay, that is fine. Now we have enabled the replication. Now the content I can see on my destination bucket. So now the thing is, what about the existing data, right? So here when I created the application, after some content is uploaded into my original bucket, already some content was there. Then I have created the application means, so it is not going to take care of the existing data, right? So when the moment the replication is created, from that moment, whatever the new data is going to upload into this original bucket, that data will be replicated like this. If I upload one more file, yes, already replication was there, so automatically it's going to replicate, but not the existing data. But when you create a replica means you have to take the existing data as well. Otherwise, the problem is when the application is trying to consume these images, the other server is not able to display those images. Right? So that is a problem. So now here, if there are 3 files, something like that, then simply what I can do, I can click on upload and can upload it manually. Simply if there are 3 files. So what I will do, I will go to my mobile bucket and I will go to mobile bucket. Then I will start uploading the required files. So I will click on upload. Then I will select the 3 files. Simple, one time, done. So if there are thousands of files, then if you try to do the manual, then how much time is going to take to upload the thousands of files? Right there again, we are going to use the programmatical way of process, not the management console, not with the console way. That's very useful programmatical way. Likewise, these are some real-time use case for us actually. Right. So now here we are going to use the CLI, command line interface. that is more faster than your GA. Right? So I'm going to use the CLA to upload or nothing but to copy the existing data of the source bucket to the destination bucket. Right. So now what I'm going to do here is, so I will go to my EC2. I think we have only one bucket is there. This is already having the access of S3 bucket. Sorry, S3 service, not the bucket. So let me try to connect it. EC2, yes. The instance are running here, yes. So this guy, this instance already having the S3 access. So let me see sudo -i AWS S3 LS. Perfect, right? We can see both the buckets. So now my intention is, my requirement is copy the September bucket data into the Mumbai bucket data. So AWS S3 help. Right, so this is the S3 service, and here, right, so here I can see make bucket, remove bucket, synchronization, LS. Right, likewise, I can see there is the options gone. Let me run the help again. Yes, see here, you can do the copy, you can do the move, right? So you can remove it like that. So I'm going to use the copy. So AWS, I don't know what is the syntax and other stuff. So I'm not bothering about it also. So I will use the help. AWS 3 CP help. Right. So how to use the copy? Right. This is the one. These are all the options you can use with the copy. So this is the recursor, right? To take all the objects, if any folders are there, the folders are having subcontent, then -r, right? In our Linux, we are going to use -r here, -hyphen recursor. So now here, let me see the example, the AWS example. Right? AWS S3 CP. Right. So here, this is the syntax. So now here I'm going to take this one. So now here I want to copy, right? What you want to copy? I want to copy. This is local to my directory means local to S3 bucket. So now here I want to copy between the buckets. So I will take the source bucket S3, then followed by my bucket name is September 2020. I want to copy recursively. Copy recursively of S3 bucket September 2022 into Mumbai 2020. That's it. Right. So copy, S3 copy, hyphen recursively. I want to take all the objects from the September to source to destination. Enter. Perfect. Right. So you see how fast it is done. All the objects are copied. So now here let me go to the S3 service. Go to the Mumbai. Perfect. Existing data. Okay. So whenever the new data is going to upload on the original, automatically is going to replicate. Right. So this is one of the future of the S3 buckets. Right. So the replication can be maintained and it can be backup or some other purpose. So then the other one from the S3 is website hosting. You can deploy, right? So you can deploy your application into the S3 bucket. So the application has having only the static data. Right. So now here I will go to the September 2020. So then here you can go to the properties. Then here you can see static website hosting. So click on the static website hosting. Scroll down. As you can see here, this is my website name endpoint. And here you can see use this bucket to host your website. Or you can, whatever the requests are coming to the bucket, you can redirect to some other bucket, some other protocol. So I want to use my bucket to launch my application. So what is the default rate? Index.html I'm going to use. Right, if something is failing, right, so people are not able to access the application with some reasons, maybe network or from their end issue, then we are going to have a file, something like that, so that it will be displayed if something is failed when launching this application. Right. So error.html. So this is the launch and this is the error.html. Right. So now this is my website name, domain name. So click on the save. Right. Bucket is hosted for the static website. Right. So these are the details. Now here what you require index.html file so that I can access the application from the bucket. So now what I'm going to do, I will go to my bucket and this is my right. Which bucket you have used for this? This is the bucket I have used for to launch my application, to host my application. Then I have to have index.html file here. So click on the upload. So I'm going to upload an index.html file, my application. So this is an index.html file, right, suppose. So I'm going to open it and upload. Right. So now here you can see index.html file is uploaded. So now this bucket I can use to launch my application. So let me go to the properties and take the website domain name. So this is the endpoint. Copy it, then you can launch it. So this is the file is by default, and by default objects are private. See here, this is my application. Welcome to big city, some content. Right, so why these images are not uploading it? Right, so whatever the supported content is there. Right. So these images, these JS scripts, and these images has to be right. So these images have to be uploaded. Otherwise, we are going to see something like this. Right. So right. So likewise, right. So what is going to be right? So here, likewise, you can use the REST bucket to deploy to host your application. Right. So that's the buckets. Right, guys. So these are the main content and main options first. So the rest can be you can go with that when the based on the requirement you are going to explore. But yes, mostly we are going to work with these features actually from the bucket. So but anything, the main concept from all is anything, just configure it and leave it. Right. So what are the requirements? Suppose I want to take the archive process, just create a rule and leave it. Right, when you want to set up the replication, create the set up the replication, leave it. So that what are the content will be the developers area actually. So what kind of content they are going to upload. If any issues, then we'll go and we'll jump and we'll see that. Right. So now here in our project, this S3 bucket. So I am using for to take my Jenkins backup. Right. So because right, so as a DevOps guy, you have to take care of your servers. You have to take care of your applications, whatever the applications you are working. So now my applications are nothing but I am working with the Jenkins. I am working with the SonCube and I am working with some other XYZ. Now Jenkins is the heart, right? So whatever the CI/CD process you have set up, that is hard for us actually. Right? If you lose your Jenkins server, that's it. The complete process is going to stop. Right? You should not lose your Jenkins. So when you say should not lose your Jenkins, you have to have the Jenkins backup handy. At any point of time, the Jenkins fails, immediately you can bring up the Jenkins with the backup. Right. So for that, what I did, I have created a shell script. Then my shell script, what the shell script will do, it will take that backup regularly of my Jenkins home location, and it will push the backup into my S3 bucket because I needed again the backup server is required for me to take the backup to place the backup. Now again, new server. Now the other new server again, if I want to place the volume size, right? So the volume size means 500 GB, 1 TB. Again, the server responsibility is mine. Right? The maintenance of the server responsibility is mine. Now here I have a service called S3. I don't need to do any kind of maintenance. Simply go and utilize it. So that's what I did. Instead of taking a separate server to backup it, simply I have used the S3 service. So that I don't bother about the maintenance, and also I don't bother about the high availability. And also the main thing will be the scalability. No limitation for the storage. Right. So now here I have in my project. So here I have taken the see here Jenkins backup. I have created a folder. So now the daily this folder but the bucket will be uploaded with my backup. So here see you can observe here. I have set up on the 7th month, 7th 26, 7th 27, 7th 20. Daily it is going to take the backup. 8th month, 8th continuously going on. 8th, 8:30 now 9th month. We are at today 9th 19, right? Today 220. So yesterday until yesterday the backup was ready. Yeah, the daily at 10 p.m. of IST, 11 p.m. of IST, I have set up this one. So daily my backup is coming here into where S3 bucket. Right. So I don't bother about the high availability and scalability. Automatically my S3 bucket is taken care and also cheaper. Right. So likewise, I have used this S3 bucket from the DevOps perspective, DevOps point of view, the buckets. So from the DevOps point of view, that use case like uploading the image and other stuff. Right. So right, guys, this is one thing from our end. And what else? Yes. See here, I have set up the life cycle policy also because I don't need to maintain the history like for the long like 2 years or 3 years because just I need the backup of at least 30 days. That will be fine for me. Right? Because I need the latest backup. So my purpose is something went wrong with the server immediately. I need to bring up a new server with the latest data. That's it. That is the point I required. So then what I did instead of again what I can say instead of storing the entire history like the years of history, simply I have created a rule. Right, so the rule will nothing but here next 30 days. Now the next 30 days will be go to the glacier. Right, then after that it will go for the expiration. So after that I am going to delete it actually. Average. Average. Next. See, 60 days. After 60 days, I am going to delete it. I don't need just a record the 30 days. That's it. So safe side, I am maintaining the 60 days, not more than that. So likewise, I have created a rule. So that we're going to create the backup after 60 days. Right, guys? So this is one thing. Then the next service. So the next service which I'm going to talk about
And
is
Shankar, glacier also is like one kind of a bucket or what?
the
So where
glacier
we
is not
can
a
see that
bucket. It is like
glacier?
a storage point. No, you cannot see it. That is the internal of our AWS. You cannot see the glacier, something like that.
If
Okay.
I want to
So if
retrieve
you
the
want
data,
to
so
work
then
with the glacier, yeah. So then you can see a separate glacier service here. So you don't need to bother about the data, right? So because that will be like the layers it is going to store. You have separate glacier management console with there. So like this. If you want to work with the glaciers, like you can create the glacier walls, and from that you can manage separate glacier. This is not with the S3 connection here. Right. So here when you want to suppose when you want to work with the your previous objects, then so this is something like that. This is S3 and this is infrequent access. Suppose an example. It is intelligent here and suppose this is my glacier. So now here I have uploaded a file. So here the thing is maintain 10 days here. 20 days here. Means after 10 days I will move to infrequent. 30 days here. After 30 days I will move to intelligent. 60 days here. After 60 days I will move to the glacier. So this is the policy which I have written. So first 10 days will be maintained here, and the next 10 days will be maintained here, and next 10 days will be maintained here. Next after 30 days, it will be maintained here. So now here the file, suppose whatever the file I upload here, sample.txt, right? So now you are going to upload the sample.txt into S3 bucket only. You are not going to upload into any levels, right? So this file you are going to see here. Right? After 10 days also you are going to see the file here only, but that file will be stored in this layer actually. Right. So now when I'm going to send a request first 10 days, so now my request will travel through here, then immediately I will get the response. In the next 20 days, if I send a request, then it will be travel like this as an example, like this. So now the object is not available here. In the first 10 days, straightforward. The next 20 days, it will go to and it will go to the next level. Then from that, you will pick it and then it will bring it to you back. So that's where you're going to see the latency. Next 30 days, right? So now here the next 30 days, your request will travel from here to here, some deeper level. Right? So means still you are going to see the file here only, but the level of the retrieval will be deeper. It will go like that. Right? So now you are not going to touch with anything. You are going to touch with the S3 bucket only, S3 object only, but the object storage place will be changed in the background, which you are not going to see. Got it? Right. So if I go to my bucket here, the backup one, then I have written a policy, right? So the policy is 30 days should be on the S3 bucket. The next 60 days should be on the glacier. Right. If now here the 30 days means today, September 20 to August 20. So these data will be on the S3 bucket, but still I can see the older data which I moved to the glacier. This is the older data from the glacier, but still I can see it. But this is not stored on the S3 bucket. See here, that is moved to glacier. You can see here, standard. Right. So we are not going to deal with any glacier. We are going to deal with S3 bucket only. But the storage levels are changed here. So S3 bucket to glacier, likewise. Right. Clear?
Yes.
Yes, Shankar.
Okay. So now here, the next service which we are going to discuss about is database service, RDS. Okay. So now relational database service. So if you want to manage the databases on the AWS, multiple ways are there. Okay. When I say multiple ways means you can set up the database in multiple ways. Right. So one is take a server. Simple. Take a server, on the server install the database. Right. Suppose if I want to work with the Postgres SQL. So now what I am going to do, I will take the Postgres SQL, means sorry, not the Postgres SQL. I will take an instance, a new server, AWS EC2 instance. On the server, I am going to install the Postgres SQL like Jenkins, right? When you want to work with the Jenkins, what we have done, take an instance. On the instance, we have installed the Jenkins. So like with the database also, right? You can set up the database by your own, right? So then the other way, you don't need to set up anything. We are going to provide as a service. Right. So when I say service means you don't need to go and take a server, install it, then maintenance, backups, right? Backups and the patches. If any MySQL 5.6 is running now, tomorrow MySQL 5.7 is going to launch. I need to update it to get the latest features. And daily I need to take the backup. Otherwise, if database is gone, that's it. We are out of the market. Yeah. So now here maintenance, patches, backup, and server maintenance. It should be always high available means up and running. Right? Everything is our duty. If you have taken the server from the AWS instance. Right? What is the difference then? So price simple. Right? So if you take the server and if you install by your own, it will be lesser when you take the service. They're going to charge more. But it is secure, high available, high scalable. So many features are going to be available on the service side. Right? So that's what the RDS is here. Right? If you don't want to set up by your own by taking instance and install the databases, if you want to take an service from the database, then this is the service which they are providing. Right? So now we have the same like EC2 instance only. RDS is nothing but simply we are going to create a machine only, the RDS instance with the by providing the different options, different future what I can say, yeah, futures of the options we are going to set up on the instance. Then we are going to hand it to our application team or the database team. Right. So now you can see here database instances are running 0 as of now. Nothing is there. Everything is empty. Right. So now here I'm going to create a database. So click on the create database. I need a database here. Click on the create database. Then it's nothing but like a instance creation. That's it. A new machine creation. So now here you can see standard way of creation and easy way of creation. So easy way means hardly will going to have 3 to 4 steps to create the database. So select it, configuration and edition and the DB cluster identifier name, then that's it. Easy way of creation. Hardly 3 to 4 steps. If I go to the standard create, then you are going to see all the options while creating the instance. Many options. There are all the options. Let's go with the standard way of creation. Then you can see here the supported engines, database engines. Aurora, MySQL, MariaDB, Postgres, Oracle, MS SQL, Microsoft. So usually in the interview point of view from the RDS service, this is the question they are going to ask. What are the databases are going to support by AWS? You have to tell this list. Aurora, MySQL, Maria, Postgres, Oracle, and MS SQL. Right. So now here you can so addition Amazon allow with MySQL compatibility or Amazon allow with Postgres SQL compatibility. So you can change anything. If I do the Aura. Suppose I want to launch MySQL, so select the MySQL here. So now you can see this is the MySQL details. So if you want to have a separate specific version, then you can launch the specific version of the MySQL. So this is the latest. So now here you can see the template section. The template sections are nothing but right. Which purpose? What is the purpose of launching this database? Production or dev and the testing or the free. Just I want to explore it. Free type. Otherwise they are going to charge it if you choose anything here. And then here the database settings. So by default, the database, once you create the database, by default, this is the database name, which is going to launch inside the MySQL database. So here, DevOps DB, some name I have given. This is the database is going to launch as a default. So now here credentials, admin, and the password is going to ask you. So I'm going to use the password as admin 2020. Admin 2020. So username is the admin, master username is and master password is admin 2020. So he is going to maintain the database. He is an admin here. So now the instance type, right? So which instance you want to use? These are the instances. I will go with the free. Otherwise, they are going to charge. So T2 micro. So now here you can see db.t2 micro. Not the T2 micro, database supported one. db. Now by default, the storage class for the free tier, they're going to give to 20 GB. So, but you can go for the max 16,384 GB of size. You can go to the max. So I will go to the default. Then auto scaling, right? So storage auto scaling, right? So when the 20 GB is over, it's beyond, then automatically it has to scale up. It should not stop for me, right? So how much you want to scale up? This is the max limit for me, 1000 GB. Right? Or else you can set up something like that, 500 GB. Up to us. Enable storage auto scaling if you enabled it. Otherwise, it is only restricted for 20 GB, not beyond that. Again, you have to take care of it. So then here availability and durability, right? So multi availability zone deployment. This is not given for the free test. If you go for the production or dev and test, then it is going to available for us. So multi available automatically your RDS instance will be deployed into multiple zones so that high availability can be maintained, right? So otherwise, if I deploy into one zone, if the zone is impacted with some many disasters, right? So like tsunamis or some floods or something, then you are going to lose your database. So that is the reason they are going to provide the facility of multi availability zone deployment. So automatically they will take care if I selected it. But this feature is not available with the free tier, it will be available with the production or dev or test. So then here connectivity, right? So which VPC you want to use? As of now, I have a what is called default VPC. So something I have created, I think, but I don't want to use it. So let's go with the default VPC. Right. So then here you can go to the database password authentication. Right. So I'm going to use my master username and password here. So that is one thing. Then here, if I go to the additional configuration, there I can set up different options here actually. So here you can see initial database name if you want to specify any initial database name. If you do not specify a database name, Amazon RDS does not create any database. If you want to have any specific database by default, you can set up it here. So I'm not going to choose it.
Hello, Shankar.
Yeah, hello.
Hello. Yeah,
Yeah,
Shankar, you
yeah,
have
Radha.
logged in with your office ID, I guess.
Is it? Let me check
Yeah.
one second. Perfect. Yeah, thanks, Radha. I did not open it. Okay. So let me switch to hours. Yeah, thank you. So let me go to the RDS again. Let me set up the same. So RDS. in log from here. So create database, the same steps I'm going to repeat it again. So I will take the standard and I will go with the MySQL. I will go with the text of production. This is the field test. Field So password admin 2020. Admin 2020. Then right, we know that burstable class means it is going to, if you are not in the database, the credits are going to add into the our servers, T2 servers. So when it's going to have high utilization, then it's going to use the credits. That's what the burstable, right? So this is same. So I'm not going to touch anything here. This is same. So yeah. So let me go to the additional here. If I go to the additional configuration, so scroll down here, there are two things actually we are going to point it to here. So one is the backup. As I said, right, automatically they are going to take the backup. You don't need to bother about it. But the thing is, when they need to take the backup, right? If the application is going to run 24 hours by 7, right, then you cannot give the chance of taking the backup at your peak time. Right. So usually your business, like on a day, our business will be run with the peak 9 to morning, 9 to evening 6. So by that time, you should not allow them to take the backup. Means they will be, if they are trying to touch your database, or the end users may receive some kind of latency. They face some kind of latency. So then I am going to provide the time so that the AWS will take the backup during the time. So that one here. So here, enable automated backups. Right. So here automatically backup has to be taken care, and the backup retention period. How long you want to maintain the backup? Right. So this will say 35 days max. Then here no preference backup window. Right. If I say no preference, automatically they will take a time to take the backup. Or if you have any time, then you need to provide the time. So the start time. So usually I'm not going to provide the backup time before 6 o'clock. So I'm going to tell take the backup of 8 o'clock. At 8 a.m. Then that how long you want to provide to take the backup. So I'm going to provide 1 hour duration so that within the 1 hour they have to complete the backup. Right. So likewise here you can see monitoring. So this is the one is I think but by default our AWS services will be monitored by the CloudWatch service. CloudWatch is a monitoring tool here. So that will be a free service. Every service will be monitored with the CloudWatch on a free basis. But the time will be the monitoring frequency will be every 5 minutes is going to go and monitor. So if the 5 minutes is used for you, then you have to go with the every minute monitoring base. That is the detailed monitoring. So if I enable the enhanced monitoring, then you can see so 30 seconds, even 1 second also for the database is very crucial, right? So that is the reason they have for 1 second also. So every 1 second is going to monitor. But the thing is they are going to charge it. So then here logs, right? So because this database will be running from the AWS side, which is not in our control, the server is not in our control. So now if you want to see the logs, right? Sometimes people or the application is facing a problem with the database connectivity. Right. So then you need to see why the database is not able to connect. So if you want to see the issues, you require the logs. Since the server is not in your control, right? You cannot get the logs. So that is the reason they will provide you logs for us also. Error logs, general logs, slow query logs, specific logs you can ask them like this. Right. So here IAM roles, right? So we know now IAM roles. What is the IAM role here? So right, if the database wants to connect with right, so some other services here. Right now, when I say error log, I require the error log, then the logs will be routed to the CloudWatch. So now this RDS service required the access of CloudWatch. So that's what the role. Automatically they will take the role. Right. So now here maintenance. So likewise backup, right? If you want to upgrade the MySQL server, a new version is launched 5.8 to 5.9, that has to be updated so that I can have the latest features. So for that also you can provide the window. Right? So if you don't mention, automatically they are going to update by taking their what is called preference. So otherwise you can set up something. Same like our backup. Then the final one is your deletion. Right. So now here, if I set up the enable it, automatically no one can delete it. Automatically in the sense by mistakenly here. So by mistakenly, if I select the delete also, it's not going to allow me. Like a same or instance only. Until unless you disable it. So at the end, you are going to see the cost. So since I have taken all the free, that is the reason you are not going to see any cost. Suppose I am going to take here the production. Right. So if I go with the same options here, now this is the cost. Now they are going to take the multi-availability zones, then IOPS, right? This is very, very important. Input or output per seconds. So both will be called finally. This is the DB instance size 249 for the DB instance. See, for the production, T2 micro is not sufficient. You have to take with at least M5 large, 60 GB RAM and 4 CPUs. EBS 4750. Then here, this is the project IOPS. For 100 GB, 1000 IOPS, they are going to support input for output. Automatically, it will take, right? So likewise, the price is going to calculate and then it will give us that. Now we'll go the free time. Right, so now perfect. So with the free, you're not going to charge anything. Create a database. So now since the database is a database, so much of calculation has to be done. So it will take 5 minutes to launch this database with all the configurations. So see here. So now the database is going to launch. It will take some time, around 3 to 5 minutes. I think maybe it will take 5 minutes of time. So by that time, I will select the database here and go to the connectivity. Here you can see security groups, the database security group, so that you can connect to the database. RDS service. Database means the RDS service. So here I will go to the security group here. Then here I'll see what are the ports are open here. By default, all the ports are open here. So I'm going to select anywhere and save it. Right. So now this is the done. So now here, this database is going to launch in the background. Right. So now here you need to create the tables. Right. So your application requires the service tables so that I can dump the data. I can create the records into the tables. So now on the database, who is going to create the tables? Maybe your data DB admins, they are going to connect to the database and they will create the tables. Right. So or through the application, so application to the application also can create the tables. Application approach, that is a code approach. We are going to call it a code-based approach. So the code we are going to create the tables. Or with the default, the DB administrator are going to create the tables and then the developers are going to utilize the tables through the code. So like multiple ways are there. So now your job is to create the database and hand out to them. So now their job is to connect to the database and create the tables and dump the data into the tables. That means utilize the database, right? So now how we are going to connect to the database? So because since it's a service, the server is not in our control, right? So now to connect the database, you require a mission. So from that mission, you are going to connect to the databases. Right? So here what I'm going to do, so I will delete all the instances. Then I'm going to create a mission here. Launch instance. Right. So here, right, if you want to work with the database on your mission, right, you require the database support. Right. If you want to connect, right, if you want to connect the other server to the SS means you have to have the SS service on your local also, so that By using the SSH, you are going to connect to the other machine with the help of SSH private key and public key. In the same way, when I want to work with this RDS, nothing but the MySQL database, right? So on your machine, MySQL has to be installed so that I am going to use the MySQL utility to connect the MySQL databases, right? If I am not installed the MySQL utility on my system, I cannot connect, right? I cannot connect to the other server. Right? To connect to the other servers, you require the MySQL utility. So now the MySQL utility has to be there on your local machine, right? So for that, what I'm going to do, I will take an image which is having the MySQL support. Yeah, this machine is having the MySQL packages, right? So now this big machine is going to provide different packages here: Python, Ruby, Perl, Docker, PHP. Means you don't require to download the MySQL and install it automatically. You can install from the server because these packages are available in this image. So I will take this image now. So then I'm going to launch the machine with that. So that default the binaries are available. Then I'm going to simply I need to install it and I need to use it. So that I don't require to download from the internet. Select and launch instances. Some name I'm providing here. These are the MySQL server and MySQL development. Both I'm going to install here. So let me go to our mission. It is running. So go and connect to the mission. So connect this one. So already by MySQL packages, the binaries are available. Simply what you can do here is simply install it. So this is the installation command. That MySQL server and MySQL development kit. So let me go and install.
Shankar, the image itself like a bundled with the MySQL, right? So again, do we need to install?
The packages are available. It is not going to install on that. Okay, so
Okay.
here simple, right? So usually what you need to do, you need to download and you need to install it. Right. So now here the download part is over. Like yes, if you want to install the Git bash, right? So I need to download the Git bash from the internet. Then if I double click on this, then I can go for the installation. So now in the image, what they did is they have taken the binaries. That's it in the image. They have not installed it on the image. Right. So now if you require, then go ahead and install it. Otherwise, leave it. That's what the scenario here. That's right. So now here,
Okay.
otherwise, what I need to download. Right. So yeah, that's the thing. So let's say here that it is available. Then I'm going to install it. Right, so here, okay, this is clubbed together. MySQL is clubbed together. Let me install MySQL. So MySQL server client both I'm trying to install. Then start the service, MySQL service. So to start the service, MySQL D is the service name. So here MySQL D is the service name. So let me take this command etc init then start it. Now search file or type is present. Service MySQL D status. cd etc cd etc init. Yeah, I don't see any kind of MySQL D. So let me go and try to run the other command as well. This is the one. MySQL server, MySQL. ls. Yeah. So now you can see MySQL D, right? So now here, okay, guys, from this document, it is not required actually. I tried to install this one. It is not required. Simply MySQL server and MySQL are enough. Otherwise, you have to give a space here actually. Which is correct. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna install MySQL server and MySQL. Then you can launch this MySQL D, the service, once it is installed. So now see here, it is started. So now if I try to see the status, it is running, right? So now the thing is to connect to my database, right? The MySQL support should be there on my local machine, which machine we are trying to. So for that reason, we have installed the MySQL on that machine. Now I'm trying to use this MySQL utility to connect the MySQL database from the AWS RDS service. So now let me go to our RDS now, service, RDS. Right. So now here, go to the database instances. Now see if it is available or not. Yes, it is available now. Right. So now here what I can do, now I can connect this database, this RDS service. So to connect the database, we need to use the connectivity string, the database connectivity string. So here the connectivity string you can use MySQL, H, endpoint, blah, blah, blah. So let me go ahead and connect it. Right, so here, -u, right, the master. Who is the master here? Admin, right? So we have created the admin user and admin password while creating the database. -u, provide admin. So then here -p 3306 is the MySQL port number. This is the default port, guys. It is not going to change. So then endpoint. Endpoint is nothing but your RDS endpoint, your database endpoint, MySQL database endpoint. So where the MySQL database is launched now, this is launched on the AWS. So now go to the AWS, and from the AWS, go to your database. This is my database, and select the database. There you can find your endpoint and port details. This is the endpoint, this is the port number. Right, so take the endpoint here, copy, then go to your server again, workstation. here after H, enter your endpoint. Com. Right. So you see here MySQL-H and this is the database, right, which you are trying to launch. My database endpoint, then -p 3306 is the port number, -u username, and -p just don't provide the password, simply click on enter. So that is going to ask you the password. So admin 2020. Perfect. I connected to MySQL. So now here I connected to MySQL for what? This database. Right. So show databases. These are the SQL commands. So database, then hit enter so that it should show the database list. Right. So MySQL information says okay. Okay. So there actually I did not provide the database default database. That is the reason it is not showing me the database details. So if you want to go to the MySQL database, use MySQL, or you can create the database here. So create database DevOps DB. Now show databases. Now we are going to see our database. Now if you want to go to the database, use DevOps DB. Now database got changed. Now here show tables. So empty. As of now, no tables. Now we can use the created DD, right? If you guys know the database command DDL, data definition language, data manipulation language, DML, data control language, authentication, TCL. So these are the DDL, DML, DCLs to create the database, to update database. So this is the skill part, right? This is not our duty, guys. Just I would like to show you so how to use this database, how to work with the database, right? So if you want to create a table, create table, then followed by the fields, then followed by the right? You can create the tables also, right? So now our job is to create the database and verify whether the database is reachable or not. Then leave it. That's it. So now this database details we are going to provide to the application developers or the database administrators. Then they are going to use these credentials and they are going to connect to the database. Then they are going to do the rest of the things. They will take care of the rest of the things. Right, guys? This is the database from the RDS. Like it's a service, simple, right? You are not going to set up anything. Simply you can use the service. Right. So.
And Shankar, like, can we see the database tables in this service? No, right?
Can you? I did not get it.
Whatever the tables that are created in server. Okay, so like, yeah, here whatever the tables that you are showing. So can we see them in yeah, here in GUI? No, right?
No. You cannot see anything here. This is just a instant details you are going to see. Okay, try to see in
just
that
like
fashion.
EC2 instance.
Exactly. It's like a EC2 instance only. You cannot open that thing. It's just a server. You see here is an instance. If any operation you want to perform, you have to connect like this here only, like this. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So now we are going to connect with the
Okay.
EC2 instance and again RDS, right? So to establish the connection with RDS.
Yes, correct. Exactly.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Right. So here is you can see the query editors. Like there are multiple different options are there, but these are not for us actually. That is the reason we are not going to focus it. Right. So these are nothing for the database administrators or the other persons here. Like you can run the queries and other things like here. So from here they can run the queries. Select star from tables or select star from schemas or what. So now here this is one service, guys, from the RDS side. So now the next one is here. I would like to delete it. I would like to show you infrastructure automation. Okay, so maybe I'm taking much time, but yes, this is the last service. After today, I'm going to stop after this service. Is it okay? Is it okay or not, guys? Is it fine? Or is it
I think
getting
everybody is
overflowed?
in Sunday mode.
Yes, Shankar.
Uh, Chris voice become low.
అంటే తీరం దగ్గరలో కనిపిస్తుందని చెప్పారు కదా, దీంతో ఆపేస్తా అని. సో
Okay, okay. So yeah, so okay, so
Shankar, how long
this
it
is the
will
last
take?
service. Maybe 15 to 20 minutes, Ram. So 1:15, right? Yeah, before 2 o'clock I will close. Okay. This is important, right,
15
guys?
to 20
So
minutes. 2 o'clock.
don't. Okay. So don't skip this one.
I am fine
Yeah,
with
that's
like
what,
2
right. So
o'clock
Ganesh,
also, but how about the other guys?
yeah, Faraz here now only 1 o'clock. So this is our lunch time. My batch like Teja and everyone will be supported. What Teja and Radha, Rajesh becomes silent.
నేను లేట్గా జాయిన్ అయ్యాను సార్, నేను మాట్లాడగలను ఇప్పుడు.
Yeah. That's what the DevOps is actually, because so many concepts, so which I don't want to skip it. So everything is useful and everything is important for us. Even though many things are there, but try to give you as much as I can, so that you will be good enough, good pace actually, good shape I can say. మన ఒక ఎంత కదా ఇంటర్వ్యూకి వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత అది ఇది చూడలేదు అన్నట్టు ఉండకూడదు. Yeah, 15-20 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is the reason before the class I will try to show you my offers actually. So that will be boost up for you guys. Right? So almost I received 4 offers. Maybe next week I am going to receive 2 more offers. I will show you in the next week those 2 new offers. Okay.
ఆఫర్స్ ఎంత
Yeah, fine. So let me go to the service.
ఆఫర్స్ ఎంత బూస్ట్
ఏంట్రా?
చేస్తున్నాయి చూస్తే అంత మళ్ళీ వెనక్కి వెళ్తాల్సి వస్తుంది శంకర్. అంటే ఇన్ని కావాల్సి వస్తుందా అని చెప్పి మళ్ళీ ఎందుకంటే నా విండోస్ నేను ఉంటే పోయిద్దేమో అనిపిస్తుంది.
మరి మన కోర్స్ పర్పస్ అది కదా.
అవునవును. ఎస్ లెర్నింగ్
ఎస్ అంతే కదా. Yes. Okay, fine. So let me show you the infrastructure automation. But the infrastructure automation in the sense, as an example, I want to have 2 servers and I want to set up a auto scaling group and I want to set up a load balancer on top of these 2 servers. Right. So now I have to open the security groups, means the ports. Right. I need to configure the auto scaling. I need to configure the load balancer. Right. So here, if I want to have some kind of what is called storage, separate storage EFS. I don't want to maintain a separate storage for each and individual server. Simply I want to connect to the EFS. So then EFS configuration. Right. So now this is the simple setup I want to do. Right. So now here you need to get the load balancer and you need to get auto scaling group. Then you need to create 2 instances. The 2 instances has to be attached to the load balancer and the 2 instances has to be attached to this auto scaling group. Then open the ports and create a EFS, attach the EFS to the servers, the right? Some steps has to be done to see this infrastructure, to have this infrastructure. Right. Okay, fine. I'm good. I have done it. So it took for me to set up, suppose, 30 minutes of time, manual. Right. So now this is on one environment. So now again the same I need to do here also. The same setup, whatever I have done. Means again I am going to spend 30 more minutes to set up the same. Then what is the guarantee that you are going to do the correct, the accuracy? But how much accuracy are going to maintain? Right? During the configuration or during the security group rules, maybe I miss something the second time in a hurry or in some other reason. There will be multiple reasons you are going to miss it out. Right? So there is a chance of, right? So you are going to miss one of the even though I have set up 100% accuracy, then I 100% all the time. Then 30 minutes, 30 more minutes I'm going to take. Again, I want to set up one more time, one more 30 minutes. Right? So that is not the one which is going to allow DevOps methodology process. When you are trying to do the same activity again and again, it should be automated. That is what our funda is always from the DevOps side. Don't go with the manual way always. Right? So now if you want to automate this entire setup, right? So that's what we are going to call it in usually environments. Environments will be having a bunch of DB servers, bunch of web servers, right? So and you need to set up the networking, you need to set up the security groups, you need to set up the automated backup. Many things will be there. Right? So those are all the setup you need to launch in a one shot. It's not like go setup by setup, setup by setup, setup by setup. It's not like that. Right? So for that reason, you have to automate these regular activities. When it comes to the infrastructure automation means this kind of setup as an example. Right? So there we have a service called cloud formation. So from the AWS side, if you want to set up the infrastructure automation, then the service we are going to call as a cloud formation. Cloud formation. Right. So cloud formation is service. With the help of service, you can set up the infrastructure, like your environments. Right. So now here, the thing is you need to write the code. If you want to set up the infrastructure automated, you have to write the code. Right. So now there are two ways. Again, one is go with the graphical user interface. Now the cloud formation support GUI mode, and also it is going to support the code scripted mode. Right. So now the GUI also you can launch your infrastructure with the help of the cloud formation. With the code also you can launch your infrastructure with the help of the templates. We are going to call it a cloud formation templates. So now here, when you want to work with the cloud formation, the first thing will be you have to create the stacks. Stack is the technical word. So create the stack. So now here you can see when you are going to create the stack, the options is going to show you template is ready means if the code is ready, then I'm going to create the stack means you are going to launch the infrastructure with the help of what? With the help of templates. Right. So if the template is ready, simply use what is called, sorry, use the template. Whatever the template is ready, use the template, launch it. Right. Or you sample templates, right? I am not aware of the cloud formation. What is the template here? How to create the templates? I don't know. Right. So then they are going to provide some sample templates here. LAMP stack, Ruby, WordPress, something like that. See here, these are the sample templates. Right. Or the GUI mode designer. Okay. So first go to the designer, then we'll go to the template. Right. So click on the designer mode. Create template in designer. Select it. So now it's going to open a editor for us. So now with the help of the editor, right? So this help of this editor, you can work with this cloud formation. Right. So now here I'm going to launch an instance with my cloud formation templates. Right. So now here these are the services of AWS. These are all the services. So now here I will go to the service called EC2. Select. Now this is the EC2 services options. Now here if I go to, you can see instance. So drag and drop here. You can see here the instance service is launched. So now here you can see in the background the code is going to generate. Right, when I launch the instance. If I deleted it, see here, it's simple. So when I'm going to drag and drop it here, you can see the code got generated. So now this is the JSON format. If you want to go with the YAML format, this is the YAML format. Right. So now here, simply they will provide you the code how to connect with the EC2 instance with the help of AWS template. But what kind of instance you want to launch? If I want to launch the T2 Micro, or if I want to launch the T2 Medium and Ubuntu OS or the Red Hat OS, the configuration, nothing but the properties has to be provided by you. They will give the code of how to connect with the instances with the cloud formation template. The rest of the code you have to provide. Right. So likewise, you can drag the components and they can use it actually. So if I go to the suppose this is an example like it's a VPC. So now here this is the VPC actually. This is my VPC. Now inside the VPC I want to place my instance. So this is the VPC code and this is the instance code. Right. So likewise you can work with the multiple what I say services. You can work with the multiple services. Then the code will be generated automatically. That gateways. EC2 instance. VPC. Automatically your code will be generated. Right. So now here I'm going to launch this VPC. Sorry, not VPC guys. So VPC will see later. So instance with the help of my EC2 instance. And this is a cloud formation. Right. So now here this is the YAML format. Now I need to provide the properties. Right. So if I go to the template section, this is the template, complete template. And if I want to go to the components wise, this is the component wise. Right. So VPC and component. So now this is the component level, VPC and the component. So now if I go to the template level, then you are going to see this is the complete template. Right. Resources. EC2 instance I'm launching here, and also I'm launching VPC. Complete template. So individually you are going to see like the individual component. This is the complete template. Now finally you are going to launch the template because you have to have this kind of setup. When you want to have the setup means you are going to bring one by one the pieces, then you are going to link one and each other. Then finally you are going to form this kind of template. Now this template we are going to use to launch. Right. So here, so now here, let me delete this VPC. Right. So now here this is the instance. Right. So now here I want to launch the instance, then the properties are required for me. So what I am going to do here is I will go to the D drive. Right. So now here I am going to launch the template. So that is going to create instance. These are the properties I'm going to place. So after the properties, I'm going to place this and refresh it. Yes. So now here you can see AMI ID and the key name, Shankar AWS instance type to micro. So these are the properties I have provided to launch the instance. So then what I'm going to do it here is, once your properties means the template is ready, simply I'm going to click on the create stack. This is the create stack option. Create the stack. Right, so now here your template is ready. Right, so now here by default it will upload your templates into the S3 bucket. This is the default behavior by your AWS. So let's leave it. Let's go to the default, then click on the next. Then click on the next stack now. EC2 instance. Provide some stack name, then click on the next. Right, so here scroll down, next, and scroll down, create stack. And if everything goes fine, it is going to create an instance for us. If something fails, then it is going to show the error. So here let's create is failed. So here you can see here the key pair Shankar does not exist. So key pair is not found. So now here what I need to do here is I need to, here the update is not available. Because the stack is not created, so that is the reason the update is not available. So let me delete the stack. So I'm going to create a fresh stack here. So before to launch the fresh stack, so let me take the correct AMI and correct. So here, yeah, we have the AMI. Yeah. So let me go to the stack again. Cloud formation. Cloud formation. Create stack. Now I will go with the designer. Create a template designer. And right, I will take the EC2 again. From the EC2, I will take the EC2 instance again. Drag and drop. I'm going to take the YAML format. And here I'm going to provide the properties. If you take the properties here, and we can apply it here. Right, so here already we have created instance with the so-and-so data. So I'm going to take the MI ID here, copy, then my key. This the Shankar 15 key. Key. So then go to the create stack option, then do the steps as here. Right, so here, yes. So here design is out of the data hit refresh. So here it should not be something like that. So it should show. Okay. Okay, I think you have to refresh there actually. If you refresh, then the message will be gone. So let me go to the next and next and this is to instance next, and you can leave the options as a default next, and here create event. If I click on this one, so it will show the event, then you can see the output here actually. So whatever the resources is going to launch, those details it's going to display here. So right, suppose instance is going to launch. So as an example here, first is going to launch the load balancer, then auto scaling group, then the instances, then VFS. So the resource information you can find it here, the launching resource information. So stack information, see here, create is completed successfully. Then this is the resources instance ID, right? So this is the instance ID, it got launched. This is instance. So now here, if I go to the services, then go to the EC2, so then I can see a new instance will be launched, right? So guys, here multiple ways, right? One is the CLI, one is the console, and the third one is the our cloud formation templates to work with your services. See here, this is the one which is going to launch right now. It is launching, right? So now here, okay, fine. I can see with the GUI, I can create the cloud formation templates, but in the real time, right? So usually you're not going to work with the GUI. You're going to write the code. You're going to use the templates right away, and you can use it. You're going to use it. Then you have to understand the section first of the cloud formation. Which section you need to use, how to use the syntaxes. Then only you can implement it. Right. So now here the designer will take care of everything, the sections and the services names, everything. Just you need to provide the properties, the details, the required details. Right. So now here that is one way. Now if you want to go with the coding way, means you have to create by your own. You want to write it by your own. Then you have to understand the section, like the Docker file. Right. Docker file will have different sections to work with the Docker file. In the same way, our cloud formation also will be having different sections. First, you need to understand those. So now here, so the cloud formation template will be looks something like this. So first you are going to have the AWS template format version. Like your Docker Compose will be having different versions for their features. Like everything will be something like it is going to have a version. Like here, which template version you are going to use. That is the one. Then description is nothing but right. What is the purpose of this template? Creating an environment or creating a load balancer or something. Right? Metadata. Who created it? Shankar has created, or some of the DevOps person has created the metadata. What are the resources? Those information, and these are the important resource for us. Right. So parameters is the one. Parameters are nothing but right now here I have created a template nothing but simply I'm going to launch the instance. But tomorrow I don't want to launch the same instance. And always it's going to launch the instance called T2 micro. But tomorrow I don't want to launch the T2 micro. So instead I want to launch M5 large, or I want to change hard disk space 8 GB to 80 GB, right? So I want to change it. So there, what you need to do, you are going to use the same template, but instead of going with the hard decoded values, you are going to ask the input from the user, right? So or I want to I want to configure a new key instead of going with the Shankar 15 key always. I want to set up a new separate key. Right? So those will become as inputs to the templates. So how we are going to pass the inputs with the help of the parameter section of the cloud formation template. Parameter section. So mappings are nothing but right. So right in the region wise, if I go to the region wise, you are going to see different configurations. 32-bit image, 64-bit images, right? So likewise the virtualizations, different kind of virtualizations you are going to see on a separate on a particular image. So right, so now if I go to the Ohio region, then if I select the Ubuntu image, then I need to choose either the 32-bit image or 64-bit image. Right? So how this kind of sections can be handled the cloud formation, nothing but the mappings. So I'm going to map my Ohio to the images, then the images are going to map with the particular versions, like the bit OS version, 32-bit or 64-bit, or the virtualizations, HVML, some VA, something like that. Those are the mappings. Conditions, right? So if you want to check the conditions, if the condition is satisfied, only go for the process. Otherwise, don't go for it. Or I want to do kind of searching, lookup functions. Those can be used in the conditions. So resources are nothing but, right? So by using this cloud formation template, what you want to achieve, that what your end goal? My end goal is I want to have load balancer, I want to have auto scaling group, I want to have instances, I want to have EFS. So these are the resources, different resources I want to launch. So those will be nothing but those are coming from the resources. Outputs, nothing but, right, at the end, whatever the resources you're going to launch, the resource information you want to see, like suppose load balancer is launched. Now I want to use the load balancer to access the application. Then what is the load balancer DNS name? That once you got the load balancer DNS name, then only you can use the load balancer DNS name to access the application. So how we are going to get, because I'm going to launch with the cloud formation template. So now that information you are going to publish on the output section. So that in the output section you are going to see the end results of each and every service, so that you can utilize in the latter part. Right. So now these are the different sections which we are going to use in the cloud formation to launch infrastructure or the services on the AWS. Right. So what is the purpose here? Right, reusability. Right. Avoid the repetitions. Right, the template's purpose is reusability. Right. So now here, the out of all the thing, like in a Docker file, will be having different sections like the from, run, copy, entry point, CMD, add, like that. Right. Out of all, what is the mandatory in the Docker file? Right. So the from section is the mandatory. If you want to build any Docker file, the from should be there. Rest of the thing can be optional. Here also in the cloud formation, out of all, resources is the mandatory section. You can skip the rest of the parts. If they are not useful for you, you can skip it. But the resource should be there. That is the mandatory one. This is an intro question for us. So which one is the mandatory one in the cloud formation templates? So now here, let me go. Okay, let's see the syntaxes, how to work with this cloud formation, the sections. Right. So this is how we are going to see usually. Description details, then metadata, parameters, mappings, right? Each and every section is going to tell about that particular block mappings, conditions. So now here, if you go to the syntax, so in the template format version, you can provide the AWS template format version and the description, something like that. So metadata, right? So you can provide what exactly you are going to work with that cloud formation, like the instances, DB databases, whatever you are launching, those you can provide here so that people can understand who created it. So then when I go, these are the optional thing which you cannot, which you don't require to use it. You cannot miss, which you don't require to use it. So then once comes the parameter, this is the one useful for us. Right. So asking the use inputs, then based on the input, you are going to launch the template. Right. So usually the parameter section, after the parameter section, see here, it started here and it ends here. It ends here. So in between, you are going to maintain your properties of the parameters. So now here you can see here instance type. Right. So now here I want to ask the input for my instance, my server. So that is the instance type as mentioned. So description, nothing, user wish. You can type anything here. So now here instance type is what here the parameter means your input variable, like a equal to 10 in the programming language. Right. So a equal to 10. Name equal to DevOps. Now here a is a variable and 10 is a value. Name is a variable, DevOps is a value. So now here the variable name, nothing but your input parameters type, instance type is a variable name. So now this variable, what kind of variable this is? This is a numeric variable, right? So I'm going to store the numbers, and this one is a string. I'm storing the string data, right? So like this is the what that in type of the variable. So here you can mention it here, the type of the variable. Right? So string, I want to store the string data. If I don't pass anything, then what you will do? You will assign the default values so that your program should not fail. So a equal to 10, this is the default value I have given it. Then I'm going to ask enter a value. So if I enter the 15, then 12 will be replaced with the 10. If I don't enter anything, then by default it's going to take the 10. So that's what the default value, right? So now here also we can mention the default value. So now if your user is not mentioned anything, then by default you will take the T2 micro. Otherwise, and this is the list I am going to show the all allowed values. So these are the allowed values, my instance details. So likewise, you can create the inputs by using the parameters and the cloud formation template, right? So now here the next one is mappings. As I said, every region will be having different OS bits. So now based on the 32-bit, you have to choose the respective image. So when you have such kind of scenarios, then you are going to use the mappings here. Yes. So now here in the mappings, region map is the name, mapping name. Then here, if the people are choose the US East one, for them 32, for the 32, you are going to provide this image. US West 1, 32, this is the image we are going to provide. So likewise, you can map it with the help of mappings when you have such kind of scenarios. So then here, the next one is conditions, right? So here the conditions are nothing but and, if, not, or, equal. So this will be provided here. Function, FN means function here. So now here you can use, see here in the conditions block, I am going to check equals to. If my environment type, my input is production, then go with that. So now this is the condition block. And here I'm going to use the function equals to. Then this is the syntax. So this is the data I'm getting from the reference. We'll see. I will show you what is the reference here. So from the reference, I'm going to get it. Then I'm going to check the value, production, static value. Likewise, you can use the conditions block. Then you can see here resources. So right here, in the resource part, which resource you want to launch. That's what here in the type you are going to mention. In the type. So now my resource name I'm going to provide EC2, ELB, volumes, RVPC, something like that. So some logical name, like VPC name, some logical name, so that is going to use in the future. And the purpose, right? We have seen that one also, right? When I am going to launch this instance, the properties we have provided here in the block, like this, properties, right? Just now you have seen. So now here you can see in the type, the resource type I need to mention. So by default, your service are under the AWS. So now first you're going to start with the AWS, then followed by the command, right? EC2, the command is with service, then followed by the sub command, right? Under the EC2, which one you want to work? You want to launch an instance, or you want to launch a security group, or you want to create a volume? That's what the sub commands. Like, right, from the AWS, I am picking the EC2 service. From the EC2 service, I am going to use this particular sub command, sub options, like properties. So then finally you're going to have outputs. So right, whatever the services or the resources you are going to launch, the output of the particular service can be displayed on the console. And suppose I want to see my instance data ID, the value, like this. So like this, by using the different sections of the cloud formation, we are going to work with the templates. Then finally, we are going to launch our infrastructure. Right. So now here I'm going to show you a simple example here. Nothing but it is going to create an instance. Then while creating an instance, it's going to ask me the inputs, the parameters. Then we can pass the different parameters to the template, so that the template will take the parameters and we're going to launch the instance for us. Right. So here you can observe here. Right, this is the one. Okay, so don't be worry here. This is very simplest. Let me explain here as otherwise. So templates. So here you can observe here. AWS template version. So 2010-09, some date we have provided. Then this is the description. So about this template. So then this is the sections which we are going to use. First one, we are trying to use the parameters, right? Inputs. So we are going to ask the end user input. Right? So here is the first parameter name is key name, like a equal to 10. A is the variable name, like the key name. The second parameter name is instance type. Like I have used the different inputs actually. One is the key name and the second one is the instance type. So if I go to the key name, you can ignore the description, like where I am trying to explain what exactly this is. So now here type. So now from the AWS, I am going to take the EC2 service. From the EC2 service, I am going to choose the key pair subcommand. So from that, I want to take all the key names. I want to take all the key names, right? So if I go to the EC2, so now here I can see somewhere key pairs. That's from the key pairs. So whatever the key is, right? So key names are available. So I want to pick all the key names. So that is for that. This is the code actually. So from the key pair, pick all the key names. Automatically, this template, this service will be pick all the key name of your service of your account. I mean to say. So then this description. Sorry, I meant to say the second parameter is instance type, right? So maybe this time I'm going to launch the T2 micro, but after some point of time or after some days, I'm going to launch M4 large or T2 large. Right? So now that my template should provide all the kind of options. Otherwise, it will become a hard to put template, which is not useful. When you say the reusability means always you can pass any kind of arguments or the inputs to the template so that it will pick the templates, the arguments picked by the template. Then it has to create the services according to your requirements. The template has to be taken care. So that's for the reusability. Right. So now here, right, in our previous example with the designer, I have given the hardcode value T2 micro. So means when I'm going to launch the stack, always is going to create a T2 micro. So now here we are going to ask the user input. Right. So my input is instance type, then the type, the data type is string. If the user did not pass anything to small, otherwise I am going to show the list of the instance type under the allowed values. So now these are the list to be displayed. Then I can choose whatever I want. So then the third input, SSH location. So now I am going to pass three parameters. One is the key, the second one is the instance type, and third one is the SSH location. Right? SSH location is nothing but, right? So if you want to connect to the machine, you require the 22 port open. Right? So now the IP address range that can be used to SSH. Right? So here, who to whom? Right? So now here, if I open 000 means anyone can connect my machine. You should not be like I have to give a specific IP range. Means the Shankar wants to connect. Now the Shankar IP is 10.0.0.12. So now this guy wants to connect the machine, not by anyone. So now in the SH location, I'm going to provide this IP so that only the particular IP person can connect the machine, not by everyone. Likewise, I'm going to provide means I'm going to ask the user to enter who is going to connect the machine, which IP you want to enter so that the particular person is going to connect to the machine. That's what the SH location. So now these are the three input parameters we are going to take here with the help of parameter section, then mappings. Right. So now here I'm going to map T2 micro with the arc type, the virtualization, PV64, HVM64. That you can observe here, the virtualization details. EC2. So in the meantime, I will show you that this is one kind of mappings. Yes, so T2 micro is going to map with the PV64. T2 nano is mapping with the HVM. These are the virtualization details. If I scroll down here, one more mapping we are going to provide. NAT archiving. So now this is the NAT archiving modes actually for the instances. So T2, T1 micro, this is the NAT archiving. Likewise, different mappings you can are there, so that you can set up. That is up to again the requirement base. If it is required, then we are going to set up. Otherwise, leave it. So now here, if I go to click on the launch instance, then you are going to see here the virtualization details actually under the AMI. See like this, HVMs. So that these virtualization details are providing here actually. H164, H134, like that. So right, so these are the mapping stuff here. So for every instance, the mapping details are provided here. So now this is the AWS region archival image, right? So for PV64, based on the region now, based on the region, there are the different virtualizations actually for each and every image. So this is the region basis. So then this is the main part, resources. Right? So what you want to launch with this template? I want to launch the EC2 instance. What is the type here? AWS. Under the AWS, the command is EC2. Under the sub command is instance. Right. So now here, see here the properties. Right. Earlier we have used the properties. What? So the key name, the image ID, key name, instance type with the GUI. These are the properties I entered. So now here I am not going to give any static properties. Otherwise, always it will become the same property for each and every instance. Based on the user, the properties may change. What is the property here? My instance type can be changed, right? My key can be changed. My IP to connect the machine, the IP can be changed. Those are the properties. So these properties I am going to take from my inputs, from where the user inputs. So for that reason, here you can observe here. When I say instance type, under the property, first one is the instance type, right? This is the one, instance type, T2 micro. So now this property I'm not going to hardcode here. Instead of, I am referring. Which one I am referring? Instance type I am referring. So let's try to find it for this one. So where exactly the instance type I am using here? So here, what is this parameter? That nothing but the user input. So whatever the input is passed by the user, that will be stored under the instance type. Now that will be passed in our resource. Yeah. Right. So now user input will be taken under the property. Now the next one is security groups. Right. So now here, what kind of operations, what kind of services you are going to run on the instance? Like suppose I am going to launch Apache. Now 80 port has to be opened. Otherwise, what are the applications you're deploying that cannot be accessible from the outside of the world? Right. So those ports are open. So right. So what kind of security group you are going to attach to the instance? So now this is a security. Now here it is also from the user input. Right. So now here is referring the instance security group. So let's go with that. Right. Here I am having. Right. So here in the instance security group, right? What is the type here? And the AWS EC2 another security group is a subcommand. So now description. I am trying to give only the 22 port open. So my port is TCP port from 22 to 222 means only the SSH I am going to open. If you want to open other ports, you can create one more block here, then you can open other ports. Right. Now to whom you want to provide reference SSH location. Now these security groups should be open to whom? Whatever the IP I'm going to provide as input, as user input. So for that particular person only, it is going to give the access. This one. Right. So likewise, this is the SS security group. I'm going to take it as a user input. I'm not going to hard code it again. So then the other property. That one is instance type, and the second one is instance security group. Then key name, right? So I'm not going to provide the key name. So it should be taken from the user input key name from the top. Likewise, image ID, right? So image ID means I need to provide the image. Right. So now images are mapped with the mappings actually, right? So for 32 bits, some other image is there. For HVM, for the virtualization, some other image is there. So based on that, we are going to choose the image. So now it should be come from the mapping. So for that, we are using a find map function here. Now in the find map function, I am going to pass this one as a one input. Right. So here, so now in the region, suppose if I go to the US East one, then from that I can choose this one, I can choose this one, or I can choose this one. Or if I go to US West 2, then I can choose this one or this one or this one. So with the help of what? With the help of mappings. Mappings will be having the multiple values. Right. So now here, this is the one reference. So then I'm going to find the map from the region, and finally I'm going to refer the region, AWS region. Then from the region, I'm going to find the AWS instance archetype. And finally, I'm going to get the instance type. Like by taking the mappings. So then here I'm going to choose T1 micro or T2 micro. Then T1 micro is nothing but my instance type. So now this guy is going to refer the instance type. Suppose if I choose the T2 micro. Suppose I choose the T2 micro. Okay. So now what will happen? So first there will be the instance type. Then here it will take the instance type. Then it will go to the AWS arc instance type arc. This function. Then from the T2 micro, what is allocated here? PV64 is allocated here. Now it will take the PV64 archival. So nothing but archival in the sense, not the archival, the what is called virtualization. Right now that will be passed to this guy, PV64. Finally, you are going to get this image like that. So like with the links actually. Right. So first we will choose the instance type. Now the instance type will be passed to this function. Find the map function, then to this guy. Now from this guy you are going to pick the archive arc, remember the virtualization. So what is the PV64 here? So now it will be sent to this guy. The PV64 will be sent to AWS region RP AMI. So from that PV64 you will get the particular image. So likewise. So likewise, this is one thing. Then right. So this is the instance image ID, picking the image ID by using the functions, by using the maps. And this is the security group just now I have discussed. Then this is the finally what is called our outputs. So in the output, I want to display the instance ID. I want to display the availability zone where exactly displayed, and I want to display the public DNS name so that I can connect the machine. I want to display the public IP also. So these are the details I want to display on the outputs. Right. So now here this one this template I want to use and to launch my EC2 initial by taking the user inputs with the help of cloud formation. So what I'm going to do here is I will take this guy. I will download this guy into my local. So the cloud formation. Cloud formation, git clone. I'm going to clone into my local. Perfect. So now here I will see the cloud formation example and the template. So this is the template is available, single instance. Right. So now here what I'm going to do, let me go to the cloud formation again, the services and the cloud formation. Right. So I'm going to create a new stack. Create a stack with the new resources standard. Right. So I want to go not with the existing. I want to go with the new. Right. So now here template is ready. Yes, I have the template. This is the template. It is ready. So I will go with the template is ready. Then here you can see if the template is stored on the S3 bucket, you can give the S3 bucket URL, or you can choose the template wherever it is present. So now upload the template file. Right? It is not available in the S3. It is available in laptop. So I will choose the file. Click on the choose file and select the template. So here I will go to the T drive and what is called cloud formation examples. Okay, so this is the template. Open. Now the file, the template is going to open here. Then click on the next. Right now you can observe here. EC2 with inputs, somewhere. So you can see here now the parameters. Right, we have created three inputs, right? So one is the instance type, second one is the key name, and third one is the specification, right? So now here you can choose which instance you want to launch, T2 micro, or I want to launch T2 medium. So now here the key, right? So it's going to pick all of your keys, which key you want to take. For this mission, I want to take this center key. SS location, right? So here you can provide your IP address, right? To whom you want to give the access to the instance. Right, my IP, I can give them my IP so that only this person can connect to the instance. If you go with the 00 by default, anyone can connect to the instance. So then click on the next, then scroll down, next, here the stack. Right, so now here is going to create the stack. Here in the resource section, it is going to launch the resource. Right, so here the one, right, number of resources. One is the security group. It is going to create the security group. So then it's going to create the other resource instance. If I go to the outputs, still those are generating. Right, see here, two things are created. One is the security group and one is the instance. Right, so here you can see this is in the progress. Security group is created. So if I go to the outputs, let's see, then outputs, as of now outputs are displayed. Let's wait for some more time. Once the instance is ready, then we can see the outputs also. Right, so if I security group, right, so you can see here EC2 with inputs is the security group name. If I go to the services, if I go to the EC2, right. So if I go to the EC2, then running instances. So see here, the new mission is going to launch, initializing the new mission T2 medium. I have selected T2 medium. Right, if I go to the security group for the mission, we have created our own security group with the help of cloud formation. See here, EC2 with inputs. Right, so every resource you can handle it, you can control it with the help of the cloud formation. So thus I can recreate it with the help of cloud formation on fly. Right, so now let me go to the services, cloud formation. Completed. Now let me go to the EC2 with inputs. Then see here the output section. Right, see here you can see that where it is deployed under the zone 2A and what is the instance ID. And this is the DNS name to confirm instance. This is the public IP. Likewise, you can get the outputs. Well, these outputs can be used later. So these are the resources which you got template, and this is our template. This is what our template. So if you want to see in the designer mode, view in designer. This is the complete template and with the components. So here, hold on. Welcome. Somewhere welcome. here you can see. These are the links actually. So here you can see this is the security group, instance security group, and this is the instance ID. So this is the linking between the security group and instance ID. Yes, so likewise, these resources, right? So if you want to connect to other resource, you can connect to other resource also. Right? So that automatically in the background the code will be generated like this. Right? For this code, this is the view designer actually. Right? So likewise, we can work with the cloud formation templates. Right? So this is one feature of the one service of the AWS to launch your environments. Right? So when you have the reusability, right, when you want to deploy that again and again, so there this cloud formation will be very, very handy. Right? So you can update the stack, you can raise the stack. Right? So there are other options which you can explore it. Right? So now to overcome in the sense, there is an alternate tool called Terraform. Terraform came into the picture so that you can deploy the same thing with the help of the Terraform very easily, this infrastructure. So now because multiple cloud services are going to use, so there you have to understand the separate service to work with the infrastructure from the AWS cloud formation, from the Azure templates like that. So now instead of working with the separate services of the cloud, you can go with the Terraform. So that's where in the market Terraform is having a huge demand along with the Kubernetes. Right, guys? Right, guys? So this is about the cloud formation, right? So just practice and try to observe, try to understand the components, the sections of the templates, Azure cloud formation templates. So that will be enough anyway. These things, and try to use take any simple one and try to create with this help of this section. Then leave it. Anyway, we'll go with the Terraform. So that will be there right now in the market, hot pet trendy tool right now. Yeah, that's it, guys. So we'll stop for today. Then the other services we'll see in our next weekend. Right?
Thank you, Shankar. And also, um, so does that mean cloud formation is not being used in the real-time environment as
Real
of
time.
now?
Right? So here different things is actually. So now here suppose the infrastructure was set up like 2017 and 18. So by that time we don't have any kind of Terraform tool. So now the entire infrastructure will be working with the CloudFormation templates only. If you are working with the same project, you will be see the CloudFormation templates, right? Because that was launched in the 2017. So nowadays, like suppose if you are trying to build the infrastructure from the scratch today onwards or maybe in the current project, then we can use that. We are going to use the Terraform instead of CloudFormation. Like that, there is a chance of you will be working with the CloudFormation also.
Okay.
Right. The same thing, right? If you observe the shell scripts, if the projects are running, the projects are very old, then by the time we have the oldest shell. So you are going to see the shell script in the still on the projects because by that time that is the only one script is available for the automation. So now we have the Python, we have many tools. So whatever the latest projects are there, those are going to use the latest tools, not with the old. But if you deploy into the old project, yes, you are going to see the same, the oldest tools. So like this, the cloud formation also. So the current projects which are going to build from the scratch, those are going to use the Terraform. But the older one which was implemented, those projects will be running with the cloud formation. So there is a chance of you are going to work with the cloud formation also, like that. So better to have the understanding.
Yeah,
that will be enough actually. Yeah.
Okay. And also, is there a way to import or convert a template, a cloud formation template to a Terraform, whatever it's called.
As of now, I don't see any kind of tool for the conversion, but yeah, for sure it will come actually. Right. So yeah, good question you asked actually. So I would like to show you one thing also. So recently, I tried to work with one of the requirement. Nothing but I want to, what I can say, I want to create a Kubernetes job for one of our service actually. So then what the problem I have faced is I don't have any predefined code to launch my what is called, like, there is a tool called ClearOS. So there is a tool called ClearOS. The ClearOS purpose is it is going to scan our Docker images. So whatever the images we are going to create to the Docker, so you need to make sure the image should not have any kind of security issues, security vulnerabilities. So this tool will be taken care of the scanning. So if you're going to scan all of our Docker images, then it's going to, what I can say, is going to give the result like where any vulnerabilities are there or not. So this is one part of our CI/CD actually. So now here I would like to deploy this ClearOS into my Kubernetes. I would like to deploy into my Kubernetes. So then the thing is, right, if I go to the ClearOS setup, they have given for the Docker files. Right, I got the Docker file to deploy the ClearOS. Right, so this is I got. Then I found the Docker compose to work with the Docker what is called ClearOS. But I did not find the correct compatibility, the correct code for the Kubernetes. So there the thing is, you have to write by your own, right? If you don't find anything, yes, then obviously you have to write by your own. Then how much time is going to take for me, right? So always the DevOps folks' job is to try to complete as well as possible, right, with the help of the resources, like the other resources by the tools or some XYZ. So now, like before starting, what I can say, before starting the writing of the what I can say, manifest files of Kubernetes, I try to search whether there is a possibility so that I can convert this Docker compose into my manifest files, like the question you are asking me right now. Right. So there, yeah, there we got like uh, compose, cube compose is available actually. So it's a very good tool actually, right? On play, it converted for me the Kubernetes what is called my Docker compose file is converted into my manifest files. It's a very beautiful piece actually. So really, I am surprised actually. So let me show you that documentation. That's why, like, actually, yes, we have to think in that fashion, right? We don't go with a one kind of approach. Always you have to think in different ways so that you can get the problem, you can solve the problem very easily. You don't need to deep dive and you don't need to spend amount of time and do some kind of research. So now here, this is the documentation I found. Translate the Docker compose files into the Kubernetes. Docker compose file in Kubernetes. Just the job is you have to install the respective package. Install the calm compose. This is the tool. And so now once you install the tool, this is the support version like Linux, Mac, Windows. So now once you install, then you have to change the permissions for the calm compose, then move it. So once the setup is done, so take the compose file. So this is the Docker compose. I have the Docker compose. So then just run the compose convert. That's it. It will be create the service file. Whatever the compose is using, all the files will be converted into manifest files, deployment file, service files. That's it. Just deploy it. Really, very good feature. Right? See here, you don't bother about it. Simply you can just use the tool. That's what I did. Hardly it is Java for 5 minutes. 5 minutes job. That's it. Otherwise, I had to write the manifest files, right? Writing a manifest file, deployment, services, many things I need to take. Maybe it will take 2 hours or 3 hours, one day also. I don't know how much time it's going to take. But here, 5 minutes job. Yeah, yeah. So yes, Chris, you have to see in that fashion actually. Any compatibility or any converter tools are available, so that yes, you can do that. So maybe I am not sure, maybe the tool is available or not, but yes, for sure, we are going to see that one answer in future.
Yeah, even if it's not available as of now, maybe it's going to be very, in the near future.
Yeah, I see.
Yes, yeah, in near future I'm going to see that. So let's here see my server. And let's here I have taken the data compose.
Shankar, I think we lost your video. We lost your. Hello. Hello. Can anyone hear me, guys?
Yes, Chris. We lost Shankar's audio.
Oh yeah.
I don't need to focus anything. Yeah, it's actually very useful actually. Yeah.
Okay.
That's it, guys. Yeah. So let's meet on.
Shankar, we're losing your audio, I think. Okay. Anyway, thank you for the session, and we'll probably meet. We'll meet next Saturday.
Chris,
Yeah.
please share the recording.
Oh yeah. I'll share it as soon as I get it.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one, guys.
Thank you.